Am I the asshole here for not letting my fiance's best friend live with us anymore, leading to the end of our 5-year relationship? Hi, I'm currently going through a breakup with my fiancé and I need input from strangers. My friends have been validating a lot of my feelings, but I feel like that could be bias. For some context, I'm 26 male, she is 23 female, we'll call her Kate. We've been together for just under 5 years, engaged for almost 2. I proposed on our anniversary. Anyway, this time last year we moved into a rental property that my parents own with her best friend. We'll call her May, female 27. For the 18 months leading up to this job, I had worked law enforcement. That job 100% made me realize that you can't change the system from within and made me fully ACAB. I was injured a few times and also dealt with some close calls and some really heavy things. Even though I knew I should have been talking to a psychologist about these things during my time, I kept neglecting my mental health until I broke down. I got injured again, couldn't stop smoking, and I quit the job. I was in denial about my PTSD, and I kept trying to push past it and get a different job in security. I couldn't do this, and the feeling of failure combined with being terrified of everyone around me outside, I struggled to find the motivation to find another job or do anything. I struggled going to the shops for some time. During this time, me and May were always around each other and butting heads. Shortly after we moved in, we're setting up rooms. I asked her to not touch some 3D printed D&D models that I had made and painted due to some breaking in transport and me not wanting to risk more damage. She ended up moving all of them whilst setting up shelves and even unboxed ones that I didn't want unboxed. I told her that I'd specifically asked her not to touch them and it upset me when she did. Her response was, I needed to unbox stuff and put it on shelves before the party. We had a housewarming coming up. I told her that she could have done that without touching them. She yelled, they wouldn't have been touched if you had done it yourself. When I talked to my fiancé about this, she took May's side. This established a pattern. May would do something that crossed a boundary, and she would yell at that. I also do things which crossed her boundaries, and I did try to apologize and explain that I didn't understand that had been an issue, and clear communication would help me understand in the future. A few months go by. I am terrified of May. Every time I'm around her, my heart is pounding. I'm looking for weapons, my body is reacting to her as a threat. And I, unfortunately, responded by being angry. I felt like my fiancé wasn't doing anything to make the house feel welcome to me. I begged her to talk to May, and she said she did, but that I needed to apologize first and show that I can change. Eventually in January, it reached a point where May would clean a small section of our patio and sit and smoke. We would all sit and smoke together. She would only clean the section that she sat. That area was where I sat most of the time when she wasn't around. One week, she got angry when I left my stuff in her spot, and a different day, I didn't immediately stop smoking and move over for her. I told her it was a communal area, and she didn't own that spot. The next day I came home and she was building a couch in that area. I told my fiancé that it seemed like a petty attempt to take ownership of this space. My fiancé dismissed that, but also said that I wouldn't be able to sit on it due to the weight rating of it. I tried to overlook it, but I asked my fiancé to bring up moving it, because at this point, I was too scared to talk to May and was avoiding her. My fiancé refused for a while, and then did, and said the couch stayed, and started telling me to suck it up. Her actual words. This led to us arguing, and me picking the couch up over our heads and moving it to the other side of the table. At this point, May said they were moving out. I said it wasn't going to work with us together in the house. My fiancé and May spent the next 6 months just telling me to stop being angry and apologize, and that everything was my fault. I had felt so ashamed for this entire year that I didn't tell my friends any of this until this past week. I was constantly sent to the bedroom when May was around, though she wasn't there every day. It felt like I wasn't welcome in the house. When I asked when May was moving out, I was told she wasn't, then she was, and this kept happening. I stayed scared of May, and then my fiancé began screaming at and berating me for not having empathy, for not loving her or caring about her. I yelled too, But I also began to feel hatred by her, and as it went on, I just wanted to do anything to keep her happy. I apologized and was yelled at by May. This happened 3 times in a row, so I gave up. I didn't care about May anymore. She destroyed the friendship that we had. I felt so unsafe I wanted her out of my life. But I could never ask my fiancée to give up her friendship. I just didn't want her in the house. I accused my fiancée of having an emotional affair. She denied anything, but also told me May thought she has been in love with Kate, but talked it through with a psychologist, and she just loves her like a sister. This struck me as weird, and a lot of my friends are calling it manipulative. But last week we hit a point. Kate had gone off and spent the night where May has been staying and told me she was staying at 10:30 p.m. She gave May $1,000 recently to fix their car. I finally talked to some friends about everything. They made me feel validated in my fear, my suspicions, and just didn't make me feel crazy anymore. I had been conflicted with how I felt. I knew I was wrong to be angry, and I was sorry for my actions, and I tried to make up from them, but when I asked for the same, I got yelled at for asking. It felt like I was being told that May can act however she wants, and Kate will defend her, but if I step a toe out of line, I will be told off. I felt like a third in my own engagement. Please let me know if you think I'm the asshole or not the asshole. I'll try and provide any additional information if possible. Edit. I just found out that Kate has been lying to me for a few weeks about a mutual friend of ours, one of my best friends. Kate told me this friend thought that I had changed and was no longer the person I was and didn't want me in her life. Due to this, I didn't reach out to them after the break until this morning. I asked how I had changed and why they didn't want me as a friend. She then denied not wanting me as a friend, told me she still loves me and wants me in her life. We've begun making plans to catch up and talk this weekend. This has made me realize that I well and truly have been manipulated and lied to, and that I'm not going crazy and losing everyone and everything. I don't know how long this has been happening, whether it's the full 5 years, or just since May has been this entwined within our relationship. In the comments, quote, I felt like a third in my own engagement. Yep, not the asshole. Time to move on and stop supplementing fiancé and May's lifestyle. OP says, honestly, thank you so much for saying this. I started to cry because I felt like I was going mad trying to say everything. This went from me trying to get perspective to letting my feelings out, and I thought it might be incoherent rambling. Someone else says, not the asshole. I strongly suggest that you have a witness with you every time you interact with either of them from now on. I guarantee they know exactly how they're triggering your anxiety and likely PTSD, and are doing so intentionally because they know they can easily manipulate you and situations once you're triggered. It genuinely isn't safe for you emotionally to be around them alone. OP says, thank you for the advice. I was planning on trying to have a friend around for dividing assets. Someone else asks, did you ever get treatment for PTSD? Did Kate keep May around because she felt unsafe because of your untreated mental health issues? OP says, I did get treatment, and in the past 6 months, she did start feeling unsafe. I do need to keep going with therapy to deal with my issues. We had lived together for most of our relationship without any major issues. Also, at one point, I was very suicidal. My psychologist told my fiancée that I should be placed under a 72-hour hold. She didn't want me to go, so I didn't. When asked, how were the bills split between OP and Kate? OP says, bills are currently mostly 50-50 between me and Kate. May has always paid a lower rent. We agreed $150 before we moved in, and then almost immediately, she said she could only pay $100 a week until she got a job. She would then get a job, keep paying $100, and when I said I wasn't going to keep paying a third of her rent, Kate started paying instead. May also never paid more than a quarter of any bill. Whilst in law enforcement, I was covering about 60 to 70% of bills when it was just me and Kate. I was okay with that because I was making close to double what she did. Man, this is just another gigantic mess, isn't it? I wish I had everyone else's perspectives in this one because it does feel a little bit skewed, in that I believe OP is telling the truth. I believe that his fiancée is having some weird enmeshment with May, that they are working against him, yes. But I'd like to get their side of the story and see what they have to say to defend themselves. How do they view what they're doing in this situation? And from OP's perspective, do they think that they are good, fun people to be around and they're not taking advantage of him? I feel bad for OP. This really seems like a no-win situation for OP. I don't have the answers, but I mean the title is, am I the asshole for not letting my fiancé's best friend live with us anymore, leading to the end of our 5-year relationship? Given all that's said and done, no, not the asshole. I guess it is already over. At this point, what can you really do besides start again and try to lead a life without dickheads like these in it? And now, on to the update. Some people asked for an update, and I have a few good and a few bad things to share. Brief recap, my fiancée Kate and I of almost 5 years broke up a month ago after moving into a house with her best friend. I was suffering from PTSD and left my job in law enforcement. I had set some boundaries with May, and she kept crossing them. She would also get angry, yell at me, and get in my face, and Kate would always dismiss these outbursts. So to the update, I stayed at my parents' house for a week. After returning, I didn't know if Kate would be there or not. She wasn't. She took the cat and a few items of clothing and all our sheets and pillows. I reached out, asking if she wanted to talk about things and if she was working that Wednesday because we could sit down and discuss who gets what and her moving out. She had threatened to take all of the furniture during the breakup, so I wanted to sit down and actually divide the things that we had bought together between us. She said she didn't want to meet and that she asked for my roster to collect her stuff when I'm not there. Because of her threatening to take the bed and everything else, I said I didn't want her in the house without me and that I would change the locks. She eventually said that she wanted to do it via text, but I told her that it should be in person. There's a lot of things in a lot of random places which actually need to be sorted through. She refused. I then found out a few days later from my brother that she had messaged my parents, telling them that I'd turned off all of her fish tanks and wasn't letting her in to do anything to them. I was more than happy for her to come over whilst I was there. I just didn't trust her after finding out about a lot of her lies about my friends hating me. My parents called me, and the four of us spoke. My brother confirmed the tanks were all on and were clean. My parents told me that she had hired a moving crew for Tuesday to get all of her stuff. My parents own the house we live in. I put a lock on the bedroom door and changed all the locks in the house. I told her that Tuesday didn't work for me, but Wednesday would work. She refused and said she was coming, so I sent the list of things that she wasn't to take, and she insisted on taking the entire bedroom set. I told my manager about what was happening. She knew about the breakup. I broke down at work the next day and told her. She was so understanding and actually helped a lot, and I'm so thankful for her. On Tuesday, they came just before I left for work. I called my brother, and he started coming towards the house. I had moved all of Kate and May's belongings outside that I could find and move. I had a friend help me with May's bed. My brother arrived after I left and told me that they were inside the house. I told my manager, who agreed to let me leave early when the second staff started, which was in 5 hours. My brother planted himself on the sofa and kept an eye on the bedroom and kept me updated. When I arrived, they had gutted most of the house of all of their stuff, but also a few of my items. I found more out after it was over, but she took one of my consoles and cables to my other so that I couldn't use it. They didn't get in the bedroom or get the couch at least. I later found out that they stole my cookbooks, the rice and flour, and a few other weird things. However, not long after I decided to try and put myself back out there and just try and have some fun, casual dates until I'm ready for something long-term. I quickly realized it wasn't for me anymore and I wanted something serious. But I met someone and we immediately clicked. We were sending these huge paragraphs, info-dumping on each other, and we shared a lot of the same interests and passions. We've gone out a few times now, and I really like them, and I really hope this works out well. I'm taking it slow though. In the comments, it doesn't sound like you're taking anything slowly. It sounds like you're trauma bonding or whatever the kids call it. In any case, best of luck with everything, and I hope you're feeling okay and getting the help you need. OP says, and they're downvoted for this one, I've trauma bonded with someone before. This isn't it. I've also been seeing a psychologist who is aware of everything. We're working on helping me recognize red flags in relationships, and it is helping. Someone else says, I have PTSD, military, and the mind slams are really hard to manage. I understand why you spiraled, as you couldn't properly rationalize the abuse that Kate and May were throwing at you, nor could you process it. It became part and parcel of your trauma. Just another layer being added. It does get better, as I hope your psychologist is helping you see, and when others begin to cause problems that start to trigger you, you'll have new tools to stop them short. Take care, and best wishes to you. OP says, you actually summed it up perfectly here. I hadn't even thought of it that way. My psychologist has been helping. After the breakup, I did feel a lot of anxiety leave, but I know I've developed new ones. Thank you so much. On OP shouldn't have let Kate into the house. OP says, I didn't. The doors were locked. She came in through a window and unlocked everything from the inside. My brother arrived and texted me that they were inside. I couldn't stop her retrieving her property. It would be theft. So it was placed in the garage with the exception of boxes that I had yet to sort through to gather my belongings from. I told them not to enter the house in person and via message. Someone else says, you broke up your engagement a month ago? Perhaps lay off the dating and stay single and focus on your mental health and well-being. OP says, my biggest issue was a lack of safety in my home. In the past month, I have regained that safety. We've been on 3 dates in the past week and a half for a few hours each time. We're both pretty busy and won't see each other for a bit, but we text and call. Not ready for a serious relationship because I need to work on myself and they are understanding of that. I'm also talking with a psychologist who is giving me some good tools and mechanisms to recognize any abuse signs. All that trauma and 1 month post-breakup already dating someone serious? Yeah, that'll go well. I've known a few people who just, for whatever reason, refused to be alone for significant portions of time, which led to a lot of shitty relationships. This goes for friendships as well. When they're that desperate to not be alone, lowering their standards becomes all they can do to maintain companionship. They aren't willing to be alone, nor are they willing to be able to put in the work to fix themselves. They hemorrhage quality people until anyone will suffice. I feel like we're missing a big piece of the puzzle on this one. You can feel that there's stuff that he's writing around, probably because it makes him look bad. I don't know if May and Kate are as terrible as he says, but I don't believe he is as innocent as he is claiming. Yeah, I skimmed and thought he was going to get slammed in the comments. Seems like there's a lot of shit that he said he would do and didn't. Unpacking, etc., and then not tidying and leaving his shit in areas that the roommate had tidied. Yeah, he acknowledges his anger issues, boundary crossing, with no details. Did he use her cups or did he scream in her face? We don't know. And that his girlfriend felt unsafe. I felt pretty sorry for him from his account, but I also suspect that I would have had a very combative relationship with him too in that situation. And that's why it's hard to judge situations like these, because it feels incredibly one-sided because a lot of people refuse to be transparent or are unable to be completely transparent because the way they're experiencing these situations are completely molded by how their brain wants to be perceived. And maybe they'll do things and just completely forget that they've done those things. And that will never in a million years make it into the text post. And that's why I said I want to know the other people's stories in this one, because this seems too good to be true. He acknowledges his faults, but he kind of skims over those faults. He kind of downplays what he did in this situation a little bit and overplays just how bad those two were. And again, I don't doubt that those two were terrible people. They were working together against him. They were conspiring. They have the majority of the blame in this situation. What they did was unforgivable. Breaking into the house through a window, taking his shit, yeah, that's pretty bad. I don't like that. I'd like to know why they think they can get away with all of this. I'd like to know why they were treating him that way. Two sides to every story. We get OP's side. So, he's not as bad. It seems like he does have some blame. I don't think that relationship is going to go the way that he thinks it will. Good luck to him. And thank you for the story, OP. I caught my cousin stealing my dad's OxyContin not hours after my dad died. I'm so furious, I banned him and his family from the funeral. My family is upset and trying to get me to change my mind. I have no words to describe how furious I am right now. My dad died from pancreatic cancer 3 days ago. He was diagnosed 2 weeks ago, spent all of the first week and a half in the hospital until the doctors told us to take him home. He spent the last part of his life in hospice care, unable to talk, and in horrible pain. I was the only one with him when he passed, and it wasn't easy. Having to hold his hand and soothe him in his final moments was the hardest thing that I've ever had to do. We're a big Hispanic family, so we had lots of family coming in and out for the last week. Several stopped by the day that he died, one of which included my constantly in trouble cousin. Long story short, I caught him looting and ransacking the bathroom and the room that my father passed in, looking for the OxyContin my dad was prescribed for his palliative care. Keep in mind, he was prescribed a substantial amount, and now I can't fucking find it. I lost my shit, hit and screamed at him, and all but chased him out of the house. I'm furious, and since I'm the one planning the funeral, I've banned him and his enabling family from the funeral. I'm so angry and so upset that they let him not only disrespect my dad by ransacking his things, but defended him after the fact. When I called my aunt to confront her about what her son did, she defended him and said he would never do such a thing and that I must have misseen or something. Since I decided to ban them, I told my closest aunt and uncle to give the news to them that we do not want them there, and that if they are seen anywhere near the church or the funeral home, the police will be called. I'm now being bombarded from my family members telling me that it's not right for me to ban them from the viewing and funeral, and that I'm being way too hard on them, considering my dad loved them. If my dad had caught them doing any of the things that I caught their son doing, he would have thrown him out the door on his ass, period. I'm refusing to budge on this. However, my mum, who's been kind of out of it since the death, is now sort of gently prodding that maybe we should relent and allow them in. My siblings and I are generally united, except my sister thinks we should allow them to attend if my cousin agrees to turn over what he stole and apologizes to our family. Am I being too hard on them? I'm just so angry. I don't think I can forgive it. In the comments, Ruffle Lobster says, quote, "We should allow them to attend if my cousin agrees to turn over what he stole and apologizes to our family." I think this is the correct route to go. 1. It shows everyone in your family that you had reason to be mad. 2. It solves drama, and in a way that makes him look bad, not you. 3. It means that you don't take shit from your family for this. 4. It puts pressure on your cousin from the family to return the drugs and admit to his wrongdoing, as opposed to that pressure only coming from you. And 5. You can still not forgive him. You can still never invite him to things. You can still exclude this person from your life from now on. However, it solves the immediate clusterfuck and avoids drama that it might perpetuate. And as a side note, assuming he admits guilt, I would absolutely ban him from your house. I agree the stealing is horrible, provided, as one commenter noted, he took the meds. Not hospice, as is often protocol, but I just don't think this is OP's call to make. It's her mum's call. Sounds like she wants to let it go and have the funeral be about her husband, not about drama and banned family members. I'm a big believer in the funeral is for the living, not the dead. And as the closest person to the deceased, it's mum's decision. I agree an apology is in order. The cousin was certainly trying to steal something at any rate, but that shouldn't be conditional on the cousin and his family attending the funeral. OP is fine not to forgive them/speak to them following the funeral, of course, but for now, I ask OP to take some breaths, let the anger subside, and think of your mum and what she wants. Signed, someone who bit her tongue about an addict/thief cousin coming to Grandpa's funeral because it's what Grandma wanted. OP replies, "The thought of him being there literally makes my jaw clench. I cannot stand the thought of him or any of them showing their faces at an event meant to be about respect and honoring my dad when they shat all over it by letting their disgusting excuse for a son disrespect him. I know my mum wants us to forgive him and let them come, but I'm just so angry. This feels like a literal slap to the face. I know her feelings matter, but aren't our feelings valid too?" I'm going not the asshole for this one. I respect what the comments have said to OP and the suggestions they have given, but really I think it comes down to family dynamics, and if you barring this cousin from coming to the funeral is going to have lasting negative effects on you. You know he was rummaging through all those rooms to find drugs and disrespected your dead dad, trying to steal from you. If he can steal the OxyContin, he can steal anything else. To me, that is the biggest disrespect you can do to someone. I don't know if you should block the enabling family from coming. They didn't specifically steal from you. They just enabled him to be the way he is. But I think he definitely deserves to be locked out of the funeral. I think you're not the asshole for doing that and standing your ground. Though, you know, what's good for the goose isn't good for the gander. You really got to weigh up the ripple effect that your actions will have. And now, onto the update. To start off, thank you to everyone that PM'd me and commented offering their condolences for my dad's death. I appreciate it very much. For those that asked me if I was sure my cousin was looking through my dad's things looking for drugs, I can 100% assure you that he was. Drawers were pulled out, cabinets were flung wide open. When I caught him in the act, he was actually rummaging through the pockets of the pants that my dad was wearing when he passed, so yes, I'm very sure that he was after the drugs. I talked to my mum about the possibility that hospice took the drugs, and she told me that they got rid of all the morphine and lorazepam. The OxyContin was untouched, and it was hidden in a very specific drawer, which I found upended. It's safe to say that I know he took them. Anyway, the update. So, I was all set to stick to my guns and prevent them from attending. However, I got a call from my abuelita and agreed to bring her some dinner and talk with her. I know she's been taking my dad's death really hard, and I didn't want to do it, but I still felt like I had to hear her out. I sat down with her and had a long conversation, and some things came out that I didn't know before. My aunt, the one that I banned from the funeral, actually bailed my dad out of jail once when he was a very young man and had a problem with alcohol. She paid for his attorney and legal fees and everything, and I guess the experience is what helped my dad get his shit together and straighten his life out. I never knew any of this because my dad swore her and the rest of my family to secrecy. I suspect he was ashamed since he worked so hard to keep me and my siblings on the straight and narrow. Abuelita told me she understood how I felt, but my aunt was a huge part of my father's life, and that she wanted all of her children there, and that being so angry and taking my anger out on other people would do nothing to bring him back. I kind of broke down. She was right. When I wasn't angry, when I wasn't busy, and once I was left with just myself, all I felt was exhausted. And I don't know. I don't even know how to describe a feeling that goes beyond heartbroken. Someone here commented that it was like a grief that puts a death of itself in you. That commenter was 100% right. Abuelita wanted it, and my mum wanted it. My siblings and I reluctantly agreed to lift the ban, and my aunt told my other aunt and uncle that we had changed our minds. However, we would really appreciate it if the cousin did not attend. The viewing was yesterday, and of course they brought their shitbag son with them. He acted like a straight fool. While he had the common sense to avoid me like the plague, he had the fucking nerve to act like he was so torn up, made a show of kneeling by the casket and so on. Oh, and then he proceeded to get so shit-faced at the bar next door, he promptly returned to the funeral home, wandered into the room where refreshments were being served, and when my brother said something snide to him, a pushing match ensued, in which an entire tray of desserts went crashing to the floor. My uncle promptly strong-armed both of them out the door and told them not to bother coming to the funeral service the next day if they couldn't act right, which I don't blame him for. My siblings were under strict instruction not to engage him in any foolishness. Douchebag cousin didn't even show up to the service, but his parents did. The service went far smoother than the viewing, I gave the eulogy, and we all said goodbye to my dad. Everyone's gone now. I don't feel angry anymore. Now I just feel so sad and incredibly alone. I'll be missing my father forever. In the comments, I guess, says, I'm sorry for your loss. I don't blame you for caving because I would do anything for my abuelita too. When the dust has settled, maybe you can speak with your aunt again and tell her how her son's actions have hurt you and how you do not want to interact with him anymore. OP says, thanks. I know. It's impossible to say no to abuelita. I'd consider speaking to my aunt again, but I'm more receptive to my uncle. He was the only one that came to personally apologize to my mum for my cousin's behavior, and for that, I'm grateful. Panic Bread says, wow, that guy's a straight-up asshole. I'm sorry you had to go through that, but it looks like you got the closure that you needed out of that situation. OP says, he is. He is dead to me. This happens all the time, unfortunately, especially with drugs. People circling like vultures around the dead, waiting for their opportunity to steal what they can. Hopefully this one wasn't stealing their pills while they were still alive. Before the nurse would set up the morphine for my mum, they made us go through a very, is anyone living or with access to this house going to be a problem thing? Because it happens all the time. People steal old people's meds because they have a harder time self-advocating, especially painkillers or benzos. And that's why drugs are bad, okay? I don't know, I feel like it's maybe a cultural thing that the son was still allowed to come to the funeral service and the viewing beforehand. I would like to think in my social circles that banning the cousin but not banning the family would have the intended effect of the cousin not showing his ugly face to the viewing, but I don't know, I have a limited worldview personally. But at the end of the day, OP did the right thing. He spoke to all of the relevant parties involved. He got himself out of the firing line. The cousin came and ruined things, ruined his reputation even further, if that's even possible. But none of it was OP's fault, and OP can't be blamed for any of that happening. Of course, you want to protect yourself and your family from addicts like that and keep them away as far as possible, but unfortunately, when you deal with enabler families, they're gonna enable those people. It comes with the territory, doesn't it? Sorry that you went through that, OP. You're still not the asshole, and I hope that you can move on from this in a healthy way that doesn't destroy your mental health. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update. Our next post is by user LegitimateProcess90, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for refusing to forgive my dad or speak to him after he left my mum for a 21-year-old? I, male 17, live with my mum, 46, my brother, 13, and my dad, 50. My relationship with my dad has always been rocky, and he's let me down many times before, but this time feels like the final straw. Last Wednesday, he told us completely out of the blue that he asked my mum for a divorce because he wasn't in love with her anymore, and had feelings for his 21-year-old co-worker, Rebecca. For context, she just turned 21. We would have literally been in high school at the same time. I was furious. My parents have been together since 2003. Their relationship has had issues, but this was still shocking. What made it even weirder was how impulsive and unlike him it was. He left the house the next day after non-stop fighting, packed his stuff into our car, and went to sleep in a parking lot. The car and the house are both in my mum's name, and he only had $18 in his personal bank account when he left. Then the next morning, he suddenly came back saying he felt like he was in a trance, that the fog had lifted, and that he made a huge mistake. He begged for another chance. My mom thinks he was genuinely delusional and believes it may be tied to his health. He had a severe case of West Nile virus in 2021 that caused lasting neurological issues and personality changes. She's choosing to forgive him and is letting him stay. I don't buy it. I think he only came crawling back because the fantasy he built in his head wasn't actually going to work. My mum is the sole breadwinner and has supported us our entire lives. My dad has a part-time job as a pizza delivery man. However, his money is only used for his stuff: cigarettes, gas, etc. I think he realized he blew up his entire life for a girl half his age who didn't actually want him, and now he's trying to do damage control. He's been trying to talk to me, apologizing, saying he loves me and wants to fix things. I'm ignoring him completely. I feel guilty sometimes because I can tell that it hurts him, but I honestly don't think I can forgive him. This situation is just the most recent in a long pattern of disappointment and selfishness. My mum respects my decision, but she clearly hopes I'll try to work on my relationship with him again. I'm not interested. I still live at home for another year before college, so I'm just planning on avoiding him completely. Am I the asshole for refusing to give my dad another chance, even though he might have been mentally unwell when he made that decision? In the comments, 64 Green says, the 21-year-old probably didn't want him, so he blamed his actions on a trance. Your mum must be really gullible if she believes that story. I'd ignore him too. OP replies, I don't think my mum is gullible. I think she loves him dearly, has devoted 20 years of her life to him, has 2 kids with him, and wants to believe he's a good man. I don't fault her at all in any way, regardless of if she continues to stay with him or not. Merlin Smurf says, you're right. In no way is this your mother's fault, but her clinging to hope in a situation that will never improve is not healthy. She could do much better without him. I'm sure she's deeply hurt and wishes this would just go away. If I were you, I'd just be an ice cube to him. He can't start such trauma and then act like it's nothing. He does need to be checked out by several physicians, but there is literally no excuse for him to be willing to blow up his family. MT Clarity says, trust is a fragile thing. Once destroyed, it is almost impossible to get back. Your father thinks he can just walk back in and have everything the way that it was, and that isn't going to happen anytime soon. Don't kick yourself. You are not to blame for what happened, and you are under no obligation to forgive and forget. That said, I do think your father's bizarre behavior is due to some health issue. He obviously needs to be seen by a doctor. OP says, he has stated he is going to see a new therapist and psychiatrist. He already sees multiple doctors often, as he has a slew of health problems, including a neurologist for the lasting effects of the West Nile virus. And who's paying for all of this? Your mum? He's a 50-year-old pizza delivery driver. I know he's your dad, but he's a total loser. The question you need to ask your mum is if this 21-year-old trollop had taken him in, would he have come back? Of course not. She deserves so much better. The mental illness this man has is only caring about himself. Only caring about his needs and what he wants and what he feels like at any time of the day, because not spending any of his money on anything besides himself, having his wife entirely support him all of this time and pay for everything for him? Jesus Christ, Icarus flying close to the sun or something, right? Oh, yeah, I was in a fugue state. You seen that one episode of Breaking Bad? That's it, it was a fugue state. That's what it sounds like. I can't believe the mum is taking him back and not just kicking his ass out. I understand 20 years of marriage, you want to make it work, but surely you realize that this situation is not tenable. Nothing good is going to come of taking him back in. Let him go live in his car, let him look after himself and be independent for once. No one likes a leech, not the asshole OP. And now, onto the update. I figured I would update since a lot has gone down since my last post. Quick refresher, my dad randomly told my mum he wanted a divorce because he was in love with his 21-year-old co-worker. He left, then came back the next day saying he was in some kind of fog and wanted forgiveness. My mum decided to take him back, but I said I wasn't interested in repairing things with him. Fast forward to my birthday trip, about 2 weeks after the initial situation. We were going to the beach with me, my mum, and my best friend. My dad was staying home because we have a lot of animals, and it was easier for him to just stay than to pay for them all to be watched. I was actually really looking forward to it because it felt like the first time I'd get a break from all of the chaos with my dad. Then my dad decides to drive 7 hours to our Airbnb as some kind of grand gesture. My mum claims that she didn't know he was coming until he called her while already 3 hours into the drive. But I don't really buy that. The plan was apparently for him to stay the night, and she had already paid for an extra spot so he could come with us on the boat tour and dinner. So it's hard for me to believe that she had no idea. Here's the kicker. She wasn't even planning on telling me. She literally wanted for it to be a surprise that he just walked in the door. The only reason I knew was because she brought it up to my best friend, I'll call her Jane, that morning. Mum says she asked Jane if she should tell me, and Jane told her no. But Jane straight up told me all she was asked was if she thought I'd be upset, and she said yes. Later on, while we were out, Jane told me what was happening anyway, and that my dad was about an hour away. My mum got pissed at her for telling me. When I found out, I was devastated. I had explicitly said that I was excited to get away from him on this trip, and instead, it turned into this whole thing. My mum was mad at me for being upset and kept saying things like, "It's still your dad. You'll have to get over it eventually," and "he's trying to show he cares." She even tried to spin it like maybe he was doing it for her to prove he cared about fixing their marriage by showing up for us. She kept saying, "Well, I feel happy he did it." And I just felt like screaming because this was my birthday, not hers. My mum said he was coming to give me a birthday card, so I was expecting a long, thoughtful written card. He drove 7 hours to hand me a card with 2 sentences on it. "I'm sorry for what I did. I will make it up to you." That's it. After all of that, he stayed for maybe a few minutes and then turned right around and drove all the way back home because I was so upset. There also wasn't even enough room in the Airbnb for him to stay, so they didn't think that through. That was around mid-July. I've gone back to talking to my dad normally, but only to keep the peace. I don't want to, but if I start ignoring him again, it'll set my mum off. And I don't have the energy for more fights. So I'm just stuck pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's exhausting to constantly have my boundaries pushed aside, and I genuinely don't get how they think that that's supposed to make me forgive him. My parents' relationship seems to be better. I'm only viewing it from the outside, but they've been going on dates, been more touchy-feely, spending more time together, etc. If they really did fix things permanently, I'm happy for them. My mum deserves to be happy. However, I feel that him changing his behavior doesn't erase the things he did in the past. I don't feel like I want a close relationship with him ever, even if he's changed. Am I in the wrong to not move on and forgive, even if he has truly changed? In the comments, he came back because the 21-year-old said no. That's it. Maybe your mum needs that explained to her. The mother knows already. It's why she's pushing OP to just get over it, because she wants to sweep everything under the rug rather than deal with her own feelings. It's likely why the parents' relationship appears to be improving. Dad is love-bombing mom. She's also likely desperately trying to avoid dealing with the truth, so she's letting this delusional bullshit continue and trying to keep the farce alive. You're not the asshole, but also because I see this talk way too often, your boundaries aren't being brushed aside here, or at least not by your parents. Your requests and wants may be getting ignored, but your boundaries are about what you will do, not about what others do. So a boundary for you could be, if my parents keep acting this way around me, I won't talk to them. Or, if my dad shows up, I'm leaving. A boundary is controlling what you will do if something happens, not controlling how others act. So you can't say, my boundary is that my parents are not allowed to act like nothing happened. That's trying to control how other people act, which is not you setting a boundary, it is you making a request. We can hope or request or demand people act in certain ways, but our boundaries are only about how we ourselves will act when presented with a given situation. So you can't control how your parents act. You can only control how you will act if your parents refuse to behave how you want. OP says, I set a clear boundary that I didn't want him to speak to me at all, and if he did, I wouldn't respond. I said multiple times that I wasn't interested in working towards reconciliation yet, and that I desperately needed space. I felt like these boundaries were stepped on when he showed up at the Airbnb on my birthday. Nerd Stark Clash says, reread what the person wrote. You were misusing the term boundary. Anyway, your father is a Class A tool. Yeah, it's interesting that OP is misunderstanding what a boundary is in this situation. And I agree, boundaries come with actions that you, yourself, will enact if the boundary is crossed. All you said is that you weren't interested in working towards reconciliation, you desperately needed space, you already weren't talking to him so you were enforcing that boundary. But an example of a boundary in this situation would be, you're leaving the Airbnb if he shows up, and you're not talking to anyone else on your birthday because they allowed this to happen. Whether that's something you want or not, who knows? That is an example of a boundary. That puts the fear of God in those around you to not allow that boundary to be crossed because they know it will be their fault for ruining your experience. And those are the consequences of their actions. From the outside in though, it looks like if you were to do that, you'd be punishing yourself for the actions of others. But if you desperately need your space, if you want to maintain your sanity, these are the things you have to do. I'm sorry that everyone has let you down in this situation. I'm sorry that your dad keeps being in your life. I wish that your mum would grow a spine and kick his ass out, but that's what happens when you are living with enablers. Yes, she's been with him 20 years. Yes, it has been a long marriage, but myself, I disagree with her choice to remain with him. I think that is sad. I think she is delusional, keeping this leech around, being like, actually, he's a lovely family man. He only walked out on the entire family out of nowhere, and to be with a 21-year-old, that was just a fugue state. That's normal. Welcome back, Family Guy. Like, no. She is a delusional woman who needs some self-respect. Please get some self-respect. Our next post is by user AdvancedLight317, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for not removing multiple scary posters from my room that my nephew was sleeping in? Okay, so I, male 16, got told today that my brother, male 29, would be staying in my room overnight tomorrow with my nephew, male 6. I'm already pissed at this because, well, it's my room. My mum is part of the older generation, so according to her, it's perfectly normal to give up your bed for a guest. One thing about my room is that the walls are smothered in posters. Like no gaps between Jenga of different posters, banners, and postcards. I have a wall of 2,000 postcards of Studio Ghibli, 7 full-sized posters, 5 half-size, 40 A5 pictures of Hosier, and lots more general memorabilia from bands and shows. I have 3 posters stapled to my ceiling, one of which is Ryuk from Death Note. Look him up. He's creepy, as he is a demon, I will admit, and my brother asked, "Oh, can you just take it down for the night?" I said, "No, sorry, it's stapled, and I don't want to damage it and put it back up," and he is not pleased, having a go at me and saying, "You would have been scared at his age too." I don't see how that's my problem. I don't want them in my room at all. I'm not ripping down a permanent poster for people I don't want in my room. But it gets worse. I mentioned the 40 A5 pictures of Hosier before. He wanted me to take them down. He said it looks like a shrine, cult-like. It's gonna scare him. Take it down. At this point, I'm not listening to a word he says, but like, am I in the wrong for this? I don't feel like I am, but my mum's calling me unreasonable. In the comments, Orion Key says, not the asshole, but maybe a simple roll of brown package paper pinned over them would ensure he doesn't damage them and that they don't get taken down. Or you could use wrapping paper. Not ideal, but would be kind. This is the best suggestion of compromise I've seen. This is sensible and should make everyone happy. I don't blame OP for not being happy that he's being kicked out of his bedroom, but since he likely is powerless to stop it, I agree this is the best compromise. Quote, "My mum is part of the older generation, so according to her, it's perfectly normal to give up your bed for a guest." Who's stopping her? If she wants to give up her bed for a guest, then she can. You're not the asshole for being upset about the blatant disrespect for your space, your possessions, and for you as a person. You should probably be prepared for him to take the posters down himself. This is what I was thinking the whole time I read that. OP, it might be easier to take them down yourself. You're not the asshole in this, but if your brother is mad about it, he might tear them down. I personally feel like, for some reason, people always love to pick on teenage boys. They just love to do whatever they can to piss them off and be above them. And this is a situation where surely any reasonable person is like, don't force the 16-year-old out of his room, don't tear apart things that have so much meaning to him, things that he is passionate about. Don't force him to desecrate things that mean so much to him, because you wouldn't do it to a 30-year-old man. You wouldn't do it to the people that you actually cared about, but because they're 16, they're childish, and it's funny to bully them. That's all this is. The older brother is bullying, the mum is bullying. Mum could easily give up her room, but no, it's easier to make this 16-year-old do it, and also bully him in the process of doing so. And what if the nephew doesn't even care? What if the nephew likes the way the room is and is not going to get night terrors? No, these people are just pieces of shit. They don't like teenage boys because they feel like they can get one up over them. They got a chip on their shoulder. It's their way or the highway. What are you going to do about it, buddy? Just no compassion whatsoever for what OP is going through. Not the asshole, but it's a bit of a you're damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. And yeah, the best way, if it is a serious problem for them, is to just take them down yourself so they don't get damaged. But yeah, I see how that would piss you off. And now, onto the update. My nephew saw the poster and didn't give a fuck. We picked him and my brother up, came back to my house, well, my mum's house, as many of you seem to care so much about property ownership, and I was given the job of babysitting and entertaining him for the rest of the day. Eventually, the park gets boring, toys get boring, games get boring. So he asks to watch YouTube in my room. My brother instantly goes, "No, there's scary pictures that you won't like." This immediately piqued his interest and went straight to my room, stared straight at my ceiling, and he's just like, "Oh, that's cool." Turns out he literally plays COD Zombies all day and has unlimited internet access at 6. My brother was literally just trying to get under my skin and irritate me. Thanks to everyone for all of the advice though, but I do think some people either disregarded it or just didn't care that the poster is on my ceiling. I'm 5'2", so it took me an hour, a pile of cushions, and a lot of rage quitting to put them up in the first place. But none of that matters anymore. My family wants me to join them for Christmas after disowning me over 8 years ago. Need advice on whether to go or not to go. After being disowned 8 years ago, my family has invited me, my wife, 27 female, and daughter, 1 female, for Christmas. After getting conflicting advice from my friends, one of my buddies told me to post my dilemma here to see what random internet strangers would say. I, 25 male, am the youngest of 4 kids between my mum, 52 female, and dad, 54 male. My siblings are fake names, Michael, 31 male, Sarah, 28 female, and my brother Casey, 25 male. For context, growing up I was the black sheep of the family, and I knew from a very young age. See, my family's full of athletes. My dad was an all-star basketball player for a D2 school. My mum played volleyball. Michael played soccer, Sarah played softball, and Casey was the star running back for the football team. I was never really interested in any of those physical sports, but rather I was interested in archery, which my family called a wimpy sport. My parents were always invested in my siblings and rarely ever attended my events, to the point where I basically had to beg them to come to my tournaments. Between the ages of 14 to 16, I had taken part in about 20 tournaments, while my parents only showed up to one. I was never neglected by them, but they were never emotionally there for me, as they were for my siblings, and as a teenager, I resented that. Whenever I tried to bring this up to them, they would always call me an attention seeker. But, however, this is not why I was disowned from my family. When I was 15, I began dating Amy, 25 female, who was in the same grade as me at the time. I'm gonna guess that Amy was also 15 female, guys. A 15-year-old was not dating a 25-year-old. Let's just clear the air on that. After about 6 to 7 months of dating, I introduced her to my folks and my siblings, and they really liked her. I know I was young, but I could see myself having a future with her. Almost 2 years later, one of Amy's ex-friends told me that she had been cheating on me for a couple of months. At the time, I didn't know who the guy was, but after confronting her, she told me that it was my twin brother. She basically told me that while at first she loved me, the love that she had for my brother surpasses that. Later that day, when I confronted Casey at home, I was so enraged that I sucker punched him and knocked him out. I admit I shouldn't have gotten violent, but years of resentment towards him and the rest of the family just burst open. In exchange for my family not pressing charges on me, as I could have been tried as an adult in court, I was sent to live with my paternal aunt, 48 female, who at this point was estranged from the family and was living in another city about 2 hours away. From then on, I've not had any contact with them. At first I thought it was tough, but later on, with support from my aunt and her husband, I moved on from wanting a relationship with them. I transferred to a different high school and attended a university in my aunt's city and graduated as an electrical engineer. I later met my wife and got married to her. I, at the time of my wedding, thought about inviting them, but went against it because I didn't want any sort of drama at my wedding. From that point, me and my wife bought a house an hour away from my aunt and were blessed with a daughter a year ago. About a week ago, I received a Facebook message from my mother and father wanting to reconnect over Christmas at their house. I told them that I'd consider it, as I possibly have other plans, but would give them a clear answer soon. Later on, both Michael and Sarah sent me friend requests, which felt weird to me. My wife has told me that if I decided to go, she and my daughter would spend Christmas at my father-in-law's house, as she doesn't want to have to deal with unwanted stress, as she is 2 months pregnant, and I agree with her. My question to those reading this is, should I go and try and reconcile with my family, or should I not? I'm very conflicted on what to do. On one hand, they perhaps feel bad about what they did to me and want to apologize for what they did. But on the other hand, if I go there, they'll try to make me apologize to Casey, which I don't want to do. Any advice would be helpful. Edit: Amy is 25 now, but at the time we started dating, she was 15. My apologies. I'm new to this site, so my bad. Why did you have to list her as 25 there? It's just so weird, man. In the comments, Paisley Viking says, I think you should go another time. Spend Christmas with your wife and child. Visit your family at a less stressful time to see if they have any ulterior motives. It might just be about them wanting to see their grandchildren and not so much about you, which would be hurtful to you. I honestly wouldn't spend Christmas away from my pregnant wife for them. Maybe I'm missing something, but why Christmas? They could have reached out at any time and given you a chance to pick a convenient time, as they're the ones trying to amend things. I don't know. It seems weird to me. I personally wouldn't go unless you desperately want them back in your life. Nope. They only want to see your daughter. They've demonstrated no change. They are attempting to gang bomb you. Gang bomb? You mean like love bomb? So you feel guilty. Nope, nope, nope. It's a trap. Notice they didn't open with any remorse or any sign of an apology. They want something. Money, free work, an organ, access to your babies, or just to look good to their friends. I'm not saying don't go, but keep your expectations low, be ready for the "we need you to do X for us in order to properly reconcile" speech, and have a quick exit prepared. I can't imagine not spending Christmas with my spouse and child. They disowned you. F them. Spend time with your family, your real family. And after the new year, decide if you want to rebuild a relationship with your biological parents and siblings. I can't imagine sending my child away. Can you? Can you look at your daughter and imagine a scenario where you would disown her? I agree with these comments. I think it would be a stupid idea to go participate in that on Christmas of all occasions. I think you're acting out of emotion right now and setting plans in place that are ultimately going to cause more harm than good. I don't think it's a good idea, OP. Don't do it. If they wanted to, they would. And they've proven to you that they didn't and they won't. So yeah, if they do want to mend things and get to know their grandchildren, make them work for it. Make them do it at another time that's not taking valuable holidays away from you and your much closer, much more real family. And now, onto the update. I wanted to post earlier, but some things got in the way. 2 days after Christmas, my wife began to experience unbearable pain in her abdomen area, and she could hardly stand on her 2 feet. Me and her sister, 30 female, rushed her to the hospital, where we found out that my wife had suffered a miscarriage and that the fetus had to be removed right away. Honestly, the worst part for me was explaining to my wife what had happened. Due to complications surrounding the operation, my wife was forced to stay for 2 more days. Honestly, I have been trying to stay strong for my wife and my daughter, but I'm struggling right now. On to the update of the original post. Most of you that commented on the same day I posted told me not to spend Christmas with them because of the significance of that holiday. I agreed and decided I would spend the rest of the holidays with my wife. They never made time for me, so why should I make time for them? When I texted them this, I assumed they would argue with me, but rather, they said they respected my opinion and couldn't wait to see me after the holidays. I began to do some digging into my family to try and figure out why they've reached out. Michael is a corporate lawyer who works for a major company in my hometown. By looking through his Facebook page, he has 2 daughters and was married to his wife in 2016. Sarah appears to be married to a doctor. She herself, 8 years ago, was studying to be a nurse, and they have a son together. I have a friend who lives in my hometown and has parents who are friends with my parents. When I asked her about Sarah, she told me that Sarah had divorced her first husband, the one she was dating 8 years ago, after he had committed mail fraud. Casey got married to Amy right after high school, and together they've had 2 kids together. I couldn't exactly figure out what he or his wife do for a living through Facebook, but judging that they bought a big house last year in the midst of a pandemic tells me that they're not really struggling. My dad seems to be going through a midlife crisis, and my mum is really into the wellness community. I then began to list the reasons why they possibly wanted to reach out to me now. 1. Money. Unlikely because 8 years ago, my parents' combined salary was higher than my wife and my salary, and given that my siblings are not struggling financially, makes me think that money's not the reason. 2. Organ donation. Could be the case, but seems unlikely, but a Redditor said that it could be Casey, given he's my twin, would be the most likely match, and I think it's unlikely because he was tagged in a Facebook post skiing just a week before Christmas. 2. Regarding my daughter. They could possibly be reaching out to me to have a relation to my daughter, but I'm honestly not sure. My daughter's not the first granddaughter for my parents, so I don't know why they want to meet her. They most likely found out my daughter existed because my wife's Facebook account was public. She has since privated her account. I then contacted my aunt, the estranged one who took me in, informing her about the situation, and she explained to me why they were reaching out to me after all this time. To understand this situation, you need to understand why my aunt was estranged. My paternal grandpa, 79 male, and grandma, 76 female, had 4 children. My dad was the second oldest, and my aunt was the third. My aunt, after college, came out to her parents as bisexual and began dating her girlfriend. My grandparents immediately disowned her and refused to have any contact with her. However, about 4 years ago, my grandpa began to reach out. About a month ago, my grandpa had been asking about me and what I was doing in life and whether I was married or had kids. My aunt responded by calling my grandpa out for wanting to know about me after he supported Casey for what he did. That's when the whole situation changes. My grandpa told my aunt that because I had cheated on Amy with one of her close friends, I deserved to be estranged. My grandpa is a religious nut, so he looks down on cheating. He had been told by my family that after the friend who I allegedly cheated with confessed to Amy, she went to Casey and Sarah for support and comfort. And when I found out about this, I confronted and brutally attacked Casey and Sarah. While Sarah was the one who tried to break me and Casey apart, I did not lay a finger on her, and I did not brutally attack Casey. When my aunt was telling me this, my jaw dropped. I could not believe that they hated me so much that they were willing to make up a terrible lie about me and spread it around. My aunt later told Grandpa the full truth on what truly happened, and my aunt told me that he was shocked because he always thought that Casey was a good kid. My grandpa then asked my aunt for my number, which she declined to give. I figured out why my parents and siblings wanted to get in touch with me. It turns out my grandpa had told my parents and siblings that if they didn't apologize for what they did to me and have me over for the family Christmas dinner, they would be cut off from his will. For context, he's a multi-millionaire. So that's why they reached out to me. Not to apologize about how they all wronged me in the past, but rather because if they didn't, they would not get anything from Grandpa. What a bunch of greedy people. After hearing about this from my aunt, I decided to block all of them. Why should I respond to them? At this point, all of them are dead to me. I have a wife to support after what she went through and a family that respects me in my in-laws. However, this does not end here, as 3 days after New Year's Eve, I received a call from an unknown number on my work phone. I'm used to getting calls from unknown numbers because of my career, and when I picked up, I heard my grandfather's voice. He most likely got my number from my company website. The first thing he did was apologize for not trying to get into contact with me for the past 8 years. He told me he was sorry that he couldn't be there for important events such as my graduation, my wedding, and the birth of my daughter. I wasn't really close to him before, so him cutting me off did not bother me. Later in the call, he told me he was so disgusted with the rest of my family that he's cutting them out of his will and adding me to it. I honestly didn't know how to feel about that, as the money would be helpful, but at the same time, I don't want him to use this as a way to force a relationship between me and my daughter. We talked for about half an hour. The way the call went made me think that perhaps I could build a good relationship with my grandpa, but then he told me something that got me really pissed off. He told me that he was disappointed in that my daughter had not taken the family name. For context, after I got married to my wife, the issue of what last name to use as a couple came up. For some legal reasons, I was unable to change my last name to my wife's last name, but we decided as a couple that all of our future children would have her last name. I, at this point, unloaded on my grandpa, calling him a senile old man and many other hurtful things, and told him to never contact me ever again. The audacity of this man to say that after what I went through is something. I will not let him use the money that I receive in the will to control me. Even if I receive the money, I will donate it to a local charity, but he's a man of false promises, so this is unlikely. These past few weeks have been really tough for me, and I hope to make it to the other side. My wife has privated her Facebook account, and her in-laws have done the same. What they do to try to contact me is beyond me. Hell, they'd probably hire a private detective to try to find me. I believe they don't know where I live, but you never know. I have thought of getting a restraining order, but given that there are lawyers within the family, means getting a restraining order will be hard. I didn't really get any time to answer questions in my last post before it was deleted for some reason. I'll do my best to answer any questions for the next day or two, but after this, I am done using Reddit for a while. Thank you for all of your advice, and I wish you all the best in this new year. P.S. I'm just wondering why my first post got taken down, as I hadn't violated any of the rules. In the comments, Accomplished Mike 816 says, "Wait, so did your siblings know the real story the whole time, or only the fake one? Did your siblings knowingly cover this up? If so, why? Why would they protect your brother over you?" OP says, "Sarah, my sister, knows for sure because she tried to pull me off my brother, and Michael most likely knows the real reason. They most likely covered it up. My parents covered for both of their university bills. I was never really close to them, so I don't know why they protected him." Wow. So Sarah knows your brother's a monster and still spread lies about you. That's awful. The fact that she did it because she was too scared of your dad not paying for college is terrible. I'm sorry for you having that family. OP says, "She was dependent on my parents, but now it's been a couple of years since she's been independent and she still has not reached out to me." That's the thing. Your older siblings not reaching out after all of this time when they knew the truth is awful. Particularly as I'm sure they still have contact with your asshole brother. Stay strong. Sounds like you've got a good family. Out of curiosity, have any other members of your family reached out or been notified of the truth? OP says, "My mom was an only child, and both my maternal grandparents passed away prior to the estrangement. My father's other two siblings never wanted to do anything with me. They have not reached out to me, and I don't know if they've been notified of the truth, and honestly, I do not care." Yeesh. Honestly, better that you just stay away from everyone at this point, and it sounds like you're going to do that. Nothing good is going to come from reconnecting with this family because it's all about the will and keeping your grandpa happy, but as you have seen from that phone call, your grandpa is also a piece of shit, so yeah, go no contact with everyone, cut all of them off, none of them actually care about you, there's no point. Seems like you're already doing all of that, and I hope it works out for you, OP. Sorry to hear that you've had to go through so much trauma and bullshit with your family, but seems like you're in a much better place now. Our next post is by user Substantial Jurian, and it's titled, "Am I overreacting for asking my wife to stay at her mum's after I caught her putting something odd in my coffee? I'm 46 male, really shaken, and need advice to know if I went too far. My wife, 49 female, and I have been married for 4 years, together for 7. She's always been so kind, always making my morning coffee, and we've had a good life together. English isn't my first language. I speak it well, but sometimes I struggle to explain feelings, so bear with me. For the past few weeks, I've been feeling off after drinking my coffee. Dizzy, nauseous, sometimes my hands shake. I thought maybe it's work stress or something I ate, but 2 days ago, I came home early and saw my wife in the kitchen, dropping some kind of powder into my coffee mug from a small, unmarked vial. It wasn't sugar or creamer. It looked strange, like medicine or worse. When she saw me, she slipped the vial into her pocket and said it was just a new coffee mix. But her voice was shaky and she wouldn't look at me. That evening, I asked her calmly to tell me what it was. She said that it was a natural supplement to help me feel better, but she couldn't say what it was or why there was no label. I got scared. Those symptoms I've been having aren't normal, and she's never hidden things before. I told her I needed space to think and asked her to stay at her mum's house for a few days. She got upset, started crying, and said I was overreacting and breaking her trust. She left last night, and now she's texting me, saying that it was nothing harmful and that I'm making a big deal out of it. I kept the vial, but I'm too nervous to test it. I love her. She's my everything, but I'm scared she might be putting something bad in my coffee. Am I overreacting for asking her to leave? I can't sleep, and I keep checking the locks on the door, feeling paranoid in my own home. Please tell me if I'm wrong here." In the comments, Decent Wallaby says, you need to call the police. Even if it was herbal, hiding it makes it shady. That's enough to get the cops involved. Also, who decides to give their partner supplements without consent? That's not normal, and I'd be livid. I don't think it's just a supplement though. It should be tested. OP needs to be checked immediately. I considered slipping my ex a probiotic. He has some horrible bowel issues and refused to see a doctor, and he would not take one. Insisted that it's normal to pass so much gas and take 30 minutes in the bathroom many times a day. He had problems at work because of it. I didn't do it, but the thought crossed my mind a lot. I still think I should have done it. Nikki Vicious says, my ex slipped me probiotics and got me hospitalized. I was on multiple immunosuppressants. I have lupus and was newly diagnosed and trying to get my disease under control, and was also on an antibiotic to treat my UTI. My UTI ended up becoming a severe kidney infection, and my lupus medication suddenly became way less effective. And we couldn't figure out what was going on. My ex's friend admitted that my ex had been slipping me probiotics because he was trying to punish me for stupid shit. He thought they'd just make me gassy, like they did to him. Instead, I had a nice 5-day stay in the hospital while I got pumped full of medications to get everything back under control. It's fine though. He shit himself while he was in the car with the woman he was cheating on me with after he ran out of probiotics and didn't pick more up. Karma had my back on that one. What is with these comment stories? That's so funny. Brookie Cookie says, please get the vial tested. It's better to know what's actually going on than to be in fear of what could be going on. How and where does one get the contents of the vial tested? Lay people can't really requisition lab requests from forensics. Edit, I didn't realize this sort of thing was so prevalent that there are many ways to get a substance tested, including through healthcare providers, commercial labs, and home testing kits. They can go to the hospital, tell them they've been sick and caught someone slipping this unknown substance into their coffee. Hospital will likely call the police, and then they'll take over as far as testing. Yeah, I'd like to know what it was that the wife has been slipping into your drink, because that is very much abnormal. Do you perhaps have a big life insurance policy that she's trying to cash out on, and now that she's been with you for enough time, this is the perfect time for you to just fall over dead? Wife sweeps in, tears in her eyes, absolutely broken at the predicament she's faced with, the multi-million dollars she's going to be getting out of your life insurance policy. Either way, seems like that marriage is done. Sounds like she's trying to poison you with God knows what. I don't think you're overreacting at all. If anything, you're underreacting by not reporting her ass straight away. You've obviously had a pattern of behavior that is probably as a result of this, whatever it is she is slipping in your drinks, and it's getting worse. You can only really assume the worst here in order to protect yourself going into the future. And now, on to the update. Thank you all for your response. You guys really helped me clear my head. I was hesitant, but I called 911 and they said they'll look into it. I'm feeling worse each day. Dizzy, weak, and my stomach is still off, so I'm heading to the hospital today to get it checked out. My wife keeps texting, begging to come back and saying that it was just a herbal energy boost that she found online, but she still can't explain why she hid it. I told her to stay at her mum's until I know more. I'm scared and exhausted, but I'll keep you all updated when I get answers. Thanks for making me feel like I'm not going crazy. Update. Hey everyone, I'm at the hospital. Sorry for not keeping y'all updated. I'm not really feeling well right now. Thanks so much for all of your comments and support. The doctors ran some tests, and there's something off in my blood work, but they don't know exactly what yet. They're sending samples to a lab, and it'll take a couple of days to get results. They told me to stay here for observations because my symptoms are dizziness, nausea, and shaking, so it's getting worse very quick. I gave the vial to the police when they stopped by earlier, and they are testing it. They didn't say much, but their serious faces freaked me out. My wife keeps calling and texting, sobbing, saying she was sorry and it was just some herbal remedy from a friend to help me. But she's still dodging my questions about why she hid it, and it's making my head spin. I told her that we can't talk until I'm out of here and know what's going on. She's at her mum's, but her texts are so frantic that it's breaking my heart. I love her, but I don't think I can ever trust her ever again. I'm stuck in this hospital bed, and I feel so alone. I'll keep y'all updated when I hear from the lab or police. And as of now, there's no more updates, so I'm gonna assume that OP died. I'm sorry you died, OP. You deserved better. My girlfriend is acting obsessed with this random family she just met. My girlfriend Maggie and I have been together for just 3 months, so our relationship is still very new. Things have been going well, aside from this problem. A few weeks ago, Maggie started a new job and quickly became friends with her new co-worker, Joe. For the record, I have no problem with Maggie having male friends. I have female friends, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But Maggie and Joe seemed unusually close after a very short amount of time. Like Maggie was telling me that she was scoping out her co-workers to see who was all business and who she could joke around with and maybe become better friends with. She said that it would be pretty easy though because Joe was telling her who was cool. But Maggie barely knows Joe, so why does she trust him so much? Maggie and Joe were hanging out so much outside of work that I actually did feel a little weird about it. I then found out that aside from work, they usually hung out with Joe's wife and kids, which made cheating unlikely, but was still really weird. Most people don't have near strangers hanging out with their little kids that much. Maggie has been putting this family above other friends, like when she waited on RSVPing to a friend's party until she could nail down other plans with Joe and his family. The plans with Joe's family were very vague and hadn't been decided yet, but Maggie was willing to miss her friend's party if it was the only time Joe's family was available. I met them for the first time, and it was very bizarre. Maggie isn't a big fan of kids, but she was all over Joe's kids. She got down on the floor and crawled around with the baby. The older kid was very shy and didn't seem that comfortable with me, but she got very excited when she saw Maggie and climbed into Maggie's lap. So Maggie has obviously spent a lot of time with the family in the past few weeks. The older kid calls Maggie Auntie. Maggie once told me that she didn't like babysitting and always tries to get out of it, but apparently she has babysat for them and she refuses to take money for babysitting. This is just so out of character for her. They also made some weird jokes about Maggie coming to live in their basement, which was really weird in combination with everything else that's going on. Hopefully that was just a joke. Oh no. What normal behavior from everyone in this situation. They're all well-adjusted people. For Thanksgiving, we decided to just celebrate with our own families because we haven't been together that long. Joe and his family weren't able to travel far to meet their own family, so Maggie invited them to her parents' house. Why? That's very kind. But it was a couple of hours away, and they all slept over, so it wasn't a casual trip. Some pictures were taken, including a posed one of Maggie and Joe's family, with the older kid hugging Maggie's shoulders. Maggie made a comment about how she was glad her chosen family could come to Thanksgiving. It is beyond bizarre. She barely knows these people. She's been in the new job just under 2 months, and somehow became absorbed into this random family. And this is so out of character. She told me once that she hates it when people she doesn't know well insist on hugging her, or how cheaply some people say, "I love you." But she's taking this up to 11. She is fretting right now because the oldest kid's birthday is coming up, and Maggie apparently needs to get that kid a birthday and a Christmas gift for the baby too. The only gift I'd ever gotten a co-worker's kid is when they had a baby shower at work. I don't even know how to bring this up. I know her friendships aren't really my business, but this is so strange. It's making me uncomfortable, so I feel like I have to say something, but I don't even know what to say. Maggie cheating on me with Joe would actually make more sense than this. Any advice? This isn't normal, right? In the comments, Running Further says, "Honestly, this is probably her character and not out of character, like you say. You even said that you guys have been dating for 3 months. 3 months is the first milestone to make a decision about moving the relationship forward or not. So you have a responsibility here to objectively assess your relationship. One thought that crossed my mind would be Joe's family would love for her to live in their basement as a childcare provider, so they may be taking advantage of her for their benefit." Your girlfriend may be trying to show off in front of you to show that she is lovable and respected by people. Many possibilities. I would advise you to cool down the relationship. Give her space to make decisions about her life and relationship. If she actively chooses to spend more and more time with Joe's family, you have your answer. 3 months is time to decide the future of a relationship, like I said previously. Good luck. Remind yourself what you deserve in a girlfriend, which is better than this. OP replies, I just don't know. She has said pretty clearly that she doesn't want kids, doesn't like them that much, and resents that, as a young woman, people just assume that she likes kids and would like to babysit. Maybe she was lying and really does like kids, but I don't know why anyone would lie about that. Even if she liked babysitting, I don't have any reason to care about that. I don't think Maggie would ever consider being their permanent childcare provider. She's a professional with a full-time job that she really likes and went to school for years to be able to do. Not a nanny or someone looking for work. I'm just so confused. She won't even take money from them, so she can't make a living that way. Running Further replies, what are your ages? Usually 20s are for questioning beliefs. I also said I didn't want kids, blah blah blah, but I do and love kids. So it wasn't a lie. I was just seeing what felt right for me. If your relationship was serious, 3 months is the perfect time to meet each other's families. But you think it's too soon. However, you also feel like you know her plenty well. Could you have a sit-down conversation with her? OP says, we are almost 30, so not extremely young anymore. I could understand if this was a more gradual change with her feelings on kids, but she went from refusing to ever babysit and not liking kids at all to a week later saying that she loves these kids and will babysit for free and even suggesting it herself. And I think it's just these kids. She made a comment that might have been a joke, but I'm not sure. That Joe shouldn't tell anyone at work about the babysitting because other people would want Maggie to babysit for their kids and she didn't want to. I would understand more if there was a gradual change, like if she agreed to babysit once in an emergency and realized that babysitting could be fun and was open to doing it again, but it seems like she's always volunteered and refused to take money for something that a few weeks ago she said she hated and would never do. This whole thing would be much less weird if it took place over a longer period of time and could allow for a change of heart. But she met these people a few weeks ago and is suddenly changing her behavior. Our relationship is new, and I've even known her longer than she's known Joe. To each their own, but I wouldn't meet a girlfriend's family after 3 months, especially during a major holiday with extended family. Maggie agreed with that too. It's just off to me that she put so much importance on Joe's family coming. This is just another one of those situations where I'm like, this is so far beyond the realm of normal that I can't help but be like, there's something going on here. Someone's cheating or someone has lost their goddamn mind. No one does this. If this was normal, you'd hear stories like this more often, but no, I never hear of anything like this. What the hell is going on with Maggie? It really feels like an affair or something is going on because what else explains this behavior? Being like, oh yeah, I might just like go move in with them. Oh, what a funny joke. I might just live downstairs in their house and babysit for free because I suddenly love their kids so much and they're now my chosen family? Make it make sense. Someone make it make sense. I would be losing my mind if I was OP. And now, onto the update. As a quick summary, I thought something weird was going on with my girlfriend Maggie, who quickly became extremely close to her new co-worker Joe and his wife Kate. After just a couple of weeks, she was trusting Joe with everything work-related, babysitting their children for free and buying them gifts, having the kids call her auntie, putting this family above her other friends, inviting the family to Maggie's family's Thanksgiving, and referring to them as her chosen family. I thought that either this whole thing was some kind of cover for an affair or Maggie had attachment issues. I figured out what was going on, and I feel like a huge idiot. I went to see Maggie and asked for an explanation and figured if I didn't like what I heard, I would break up with her. Because either she was cheating or had an emotional issue that I couldn't handle. I had the opportunity when I saw the gifts Maggie had gotten for Joe and Kate's kids. It seemed so strange for someone who doesn't really like kids that much to go so overboard for kids she just met. I asked Maggie why she gave the kids such special treatment, even though she doesn't really like kids that much. Maggie explained that she felt differently about these kids because she had been around to watch them grow and was close to Joe and Kate, so the kids are more like family to her, which means she treats them differently than other kids, and they're the exception to the rule. Maggie said she'd probably turn it down eventually, but since they were so young, she wanted to get them something really nice for Christmas. I wasn't really sure what to say next, because it seemed so irrational, but then Maggie said she used to exchange Christmas gifts with Joe and Kate too, but that they had all decided that it was too much trouble and unnecessary, so these days she usually just bakes them something or gets them a nice bottle of wine. I realized I was missing something important. If Maggie had other Christmases with Joe's family, she couldn't have just met them like I thought. I had thought that Maggie might have emotional issues that made her attach herself to people she barely knew, but I didn't think Maggie was actually crazy enough to imagine that she knew them before. I didn't want to ask, so I acted normally until I left. When I got home, I went through Maggie's Facebook. She wasn't lying, and she's not crazy. I found a ton of photos with Joe and Kate going back a decade. From what I can figure out, they all went to college together, Joe and Maggie were big brother and little sister in a co-ed frat/sorority, and Maggie and Kate were roommates. I also found pictures of Maggie as a bridesmaid in Joe and Kate's wedding, and pictures of Maggie holding their newborn children, so they're obviously close friends who have known each other for a long time. All of Maggie's behavior makes perfect sense now that I know all of this. I think this whole thing is my fault. I have ADHD, and I don't handle it well. I've had issues when people are talking to me for a while, where I start zoning them out. I've been called out for this before. I think it's pretty likely that Maggie did tell me about Joe and Kate, and I just wasn't listening. Maggie hasn't actually done anything wrong or creepy, so I think it's more likely that I wasn't listening when Maggie explained instead of this being a trick. This was a pretty big wake-up call for me. I've been ignoring my problems because I didn't want to face facts that it was serious, but I know I need to do something before I make any more mistakes. I'm going to start off by looking for a therapist. In the comments, wow, this is a Sixth Sense kind of level of twist. If this story is true, it's more than ADHD. I get being distracted and not listening properly, but this is something else. OP says, I really think it is just ADHD. I've made big mistakes before because I tuned out at the wrong moment. Maggie probably didn't realize, but other people can tell and will call me out and tell me what I missed. She probably explained who Joe and Kate were the first time she mentioned them, when I wasn't listening, of course, and every other time she mentioned them made sense to her, but not to me, because I was only paying attention when she talked about Joe as the co-worker. So I kept thinking of Joe as just the co-worker. Rick and Morphine says, I mean, did you ask her why she spent so much time at their place, especially a co-worker? Why is she acting like they are best friends? If they are friends for a decade, how long have you two been together, and why have you never heard of them? OP says, I was going to ask that, but I didn't know how to bring it up because it was so weird. I've only been with Maggie for 3 months. I don't know her whole life. We only started meeting some of each other's friends a few weeks ago, and there's still a bunch I haven't met yet. The first time I remember hearing about Joe was when she talked about her new job from a couple of weeks ago, so I thought Joe was just a co-worker because I had never heard of him before. But I was only with Maggie for a couple of weeks before the job started, so it's possible she only mentioned Joe and Kate once, and I tuned out at the wrong time. This hasn't been going on for years. It only got really weird enough for me to look for help when I saw Maggie's Thanksgiving pictures. Milk Dimension says, what an absolutely insane twist. He just wasn't paying attention. Or asking a single clarifying question, apparently. He has so little regard for her that it hurts. So many people get into relationships and act like the other person isn't a whole person with a history and other friendships and life before/outside of being the girlfriend. It is so narrow-minded. Guilty Foundation says, it's not unrealistic to miss an initial piece of information. It's just kind of funny that it never occurred once to OP to even bring it up. Hey, you and Joe seem really close. Did you know each other before? Before he jumped straight to, Maggie is being creepily absorbed into a strange family. I'm glad he's going to therapy because he needs to untangle why his brain went to such a relatively outlandish conclusion long before it was ever able to formulate a clarifying question. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me. And maybe the joke is on me because I went to that place as well. But in my defense, I assumed that he had had these conversations with her and everything was clear. I would think that goes without saying. I would think that it's normal that your partner explains these things to you and you listen, and that would rule out possibilities of her knowing these people a long time before the relationship became a thing. Yes, OP definitely needs therapy and help for his inattentiveness. Zoning out like that and causing big blow-ups like this can and probably will happen again in the future. And then not even asking clarifying questions, just kind of going with it. That's insane. Our next post is by user Business Overlord 2, and it's titled, My 25 female, fiancé 30 male, told me his business partner is a priority over me because of money. My fiancé Nick and I have been together for 3 years, engaged 1. I'm a grad student who is pretty broke and works odd jobs to pay for school and life. He's a mid-level executive pulling in 6 figures who works from home and has a ton of downtime and freedom. Recently, he created an app that allows him to produce these digital goods he can sell online. I can't provide more detail. He completely controls production and distribution of his goods, and the only cost is essentially maintaining the software. The stuff practically runs itself now at 0 cost to him. There is huge demand for these goods in this small community online, and a few months ago, Nick found someone there he could trust. Joe. Joe sells the goods for Nick, who doesn't like doing it, and takes 50% commission. The money is good enough that you could leave your day job doing it, although both haven't. Ever since he built the app, Nick's been trying to get me to sell these goods for him as well. He likes when I work from home so I can share his lifestyle with him, plus the money is better than a regular job. After a while, I agreed and started to sell. Initially, Nick asked for 10% of what I made, which was cool. Then I noticed he started getting unhappy with how I was selling, but unreasonably so. He'd start an argument if I gave a customer a $2 discount for a $70 order. Apparently Joe was unhappy that I was selling on his turf and was bitching at Nick about it, and Nick was taking it out on me in turn. Keep in mind, there are more than enough goods and customers for Nick to hire 5 to 6 more sellers on top of me and Joe. The arguments continue. Selling is becoming unbearable for me, and Joe's complaints are just unreasonable. But Nick keeps saying that I'm the one who has to accommodate Joe and fix things. Finally, I tell Nick that I feel like he prioritizes Joe over me, and he replied, Well, yes. I get 50% of what he makes, so he's a more important seller than you are. I have to prioritize him. That hurt my feelings, and of course I wanted the argument to end, so I offered to give 50% of everything I sold to Nick as well, so that I could be treated equally as a salesperson. And he agreed. Of course, Joe still wasn't happy. His complaints continued that I was stealing his customers and undercutting him. I wasn't. I came up with a fair solution of matching our prices, to which he agreed, but then he actively started undermining me as a seller. He would tell me he was selling something at $50, I would follow suit, and then I'd find out he was selling them at $20. That kind of shit. Anyway, I told Nick about this, and he essentially told me the same thing as before. Joe was a priority, and he was tired of dealing with our drama. He also said that Joe was an established member of the community, he had a large footprint as a seller who's been doing it years before me, and he was irreplaceable. Joe finally came clean and told Nick that he was unhappy that I was selling at all. He doesn't want to take money out of his mouth and put it into hers, and therefore he doesn't want to have any sort of a sales system with me, even though it was his complaints that led to that. Nick thought his feelings were reasonable, and started telling me that he didn't have to be my employer and that he owned the whole thing, and he could shut it down at any time. He said he wanted both Joe and me to be happy and that I should work with him on finding a solution, ignoring that Joe said he wants me out and was obviously going to sabotage any solution again. I was so disgusted and tired of the whole thing that I quit selling yesterday. Joe is happy, Nick is happy that he doesn't have to deal with the drama anymore, but I'm resentful towards Nick. I don't know if I'm in the wrong, but it's making me rethink our wedding. Edit: I'm mostly unhappy because Nick treated me poorly. He always took Joe's side and made Joe's problems my problems. He straight up told me that I wasn't as important because I wasn't giving him as much money. And even when I gave him 50%, I still wasn't. In the comments, someone asks, is Joe okay with other people being hired that aren't you? If Joe is not okay with hiring more people, he could be hurting the business. And if this is just about you, then he's an ass. Either way, this sounds bad. I would quit working for your boyfriend anyway in case this all goes sour. OP says, I did quit working for my fiancé. Joe is unhappy with anyone else selling, and this does hurt my fiancé's bottom line. But obviously keeping Joe happy was more important than his bottom line. Mostly I'm upset because I'm his fiancé. I was paying out the same amount as Joe, and Nick still treated me poorly. Someone else says, you have a much bigger problem than you realize. Your fiancé is treating you like an employee, not a fiancé. I'm sorry for your pain. Nick/your fiancé was a jerk, and you have a right to be pissed. OP replies, shit, even if I wasn't his fiancé and was just an employee, I'd be pissed. No employee would put up with being treated like that, especially if they're paying out the same money. Someone else says, quote, anyway, I told Nick about this, and he essentially told me the same thing as before. Joe was a priority, and he was tired of dealing with our drama. Ah, poor ignorant little Nick. What he calls drama that he is tired of dealing with is actually his job duties that he's obligated to perform as founder, owner/manager of the company. I sarcastically and condescendingly say, poor ignorant little Nick, because I'm pretty irritated upon reading your posts. The dude is super wealthy from his inventions and job, owns his own app, hires 2 salespeople, and doesn't even realize that he has to manage the salespeople. He hired Joe, and then later he hired you and gave you part of Joe's territory. Maybe his business decision is that it's okay to split up territories, in which case he needs to tell Joe to shut the fuck up and get over it. The company is growing, and sales reps will have to get along with other sales reps. Or maybe he wants to give each sales rep their own exclusive territory, in which case he needs to spell that out clearly to both of you so that you don't overlap with each other. Either way, it's his decision to make and execute, and he is way out of line and an ignorant fool who obviously has never ran a business before for trying to push it off on you two to figure out for yourselves and then calling it drama. Drama! It's business, dude. Business. Tell him to grow up and run his business like an adult. OP says, thank you. I'm really irritated and resentful as well. Nick refused to tell Joe to cut the crap and basically told me that I'd have to be the one to come up with a compromise, and then when Joe sabotaged the compromise, Nick still sided with him. I'm so mad right now. Nick's being all cute and affectionate because he knows I'm mad, but I can't let go of the resentment. I just don't know if that's enough to call off a wedding, but I really want to. My question in all of this is, if he's marrying you, why is he putting someone else above you? Aren't part of the wedding vows that you put your partner above all else? Is he just like preemptively breaking those vows and stabbing you in the back for no good reason, besides him just liking someone else more than his own fiancé? Call it reductive all you want, but that's the situation that I'm seeing in front of my eyes. If I was being treated the same way, and then he's downplaying the seriousness of it and acting all cutesy after he just screwed me over entirely, I wouldn't let him get away with being all cutesy. I'd make him face this seriously and give me the truth. You need to have that chat with him. I wouldn't go forward with the wedding without this being ironed out completely and having a serious discussion about what the hell he's doing. And now, onto the update. Keeping all of your advice in mind, I sat down with Nick last night to have a talk about the venture and Joe. At first he was defensive. He accused me of entering the business and demanding to change the system that Joe and I created. He said I'd been acting like an entitled girlfriend for asking him and Joe to cater to my whims. I was so baffled by this version of events that I made him discuss each event chronologically. He tried to put the blame on me, but I wasn't having any of it. Eventually, he admitted that everything was fine with me until Joe started asking for changes. That is the only time I started coming up with proposed changes to the system, because neither he nor Joe were coming up with any, but they kept telling me something needed to change. Then he finally explained why he'd been acting the way he has. So it turns out that Nick doesn't view Joe as an employee the way I was, but viewed him as an equal business partner who was there with him from the beginning and has equal say in the business. That was why he was irreplaceable. He apparently told Joe that I would only be selling temporarily, which is not what he told me. Naturally, Joe started getting miffed when it turned out I was there to stay, especially when I started selling a blizzard of goods, in Nick's words. He hadn't expected me to be so good at selling. Nick apologized, said he handled the whole affair very poorly, and said that I wasn't to blame after all. I accepted his apology, but I told him that none of it had been a reason to treat me badly, and that it showed that I was still not a priority. I told him that I haven't been a priority since the beginning of our relationship, and that marriage was not on the table anymore, because I really need to be a team with my husband. He went quiet, and then started talking about how he feels like he has to cater to me all the time, keep me entertained, and that my life revolves around him. I was really surprised by this because I lead a normal life, school, work, etc., and detected a hint of contempt because I'm not entirely consumed by work like he is. After a bit of prodding, it turns out that Nick is one of those people who prefers living by themselves, having 30-hour coding marathons alone, and then passing out for 15 hours. Any kind of relationship where you see each other more than 3 times a week is too much work for him, essentially. That isn't conducive to any relationship that I want to have, and that hint of contempt really sealed the deal for me. He thinks I'm too high maintenance, in attention and effort, and I think he's not meeting my minimum requirement for being a boyfriend, let alone a fiancé. We expressed these things to one another. I did mention the horseshit distribution of labor, too. At the end of the discussion, I told him the wedding was on indefinite hold and that we would be living separately from now on. He seemed bummed out, but accepted it. I think he really feels that our relationship can work that way. He seemed pretty damn chipper this morning. I know I need to leave him immediately. The problem is that we have a 2-month-long international trip coming up that I cannot cancel, so I want to make that as painless as possible. That trip has been 10 years in the making and entails family members I haven't seen in a long time. After that, I'll move out and let him know that it's over. Edit on why the trip is necessary. This is actually a very involved trip into a couple of continents. We have a shared apartment in Europe that we were planning on emptying and ending the lease on. We are both needed for that. The second leg of the trip is to my native country, and he is not needed for that. However, he's already paid thousands of dollars in non-refundable airfare for it, and has been excited for months about it, so I'm not about to yank that out from under him. Our relationship may be ending, but I don't hate him. Honestly, he knows what moving out means. He's a smart guy. I've always made clear that living together and getting married is important to me, so he knows. He's also someone who avoids unpleasant conversations like the plague, so it won't be awkward. This trip is making the best of things, I suppose. In the comments, Rowan says, "For reals, girl? I cannot believe you considered this acceptable in a life partner. That he would not pay for your flights, or the difference in cost between yours and his, so that you could be together on a vacation. That he was okay with you basically being a second-class citizen compared to him on a trip that you were taking together. This is breathtakingly selfish to me, and I'm shocked you do not see this." OP says, "It never even occurred to me to ask. I don't even know how I'd ask. If he'd offered, I would have been super pleased and happy, but I don't think I would ever ask. I don't know what to say. He only does this on pricey international flights and vacations. For cheap local trips, we usually fly together and he covers my tickets, especially if I'm only going to keep him company for work and it's not a fun place to go. Also, he stays at hotels far beyond my price point. I don't pay for those, he covers them entirely. He also usually completely covers car rentals. But at the same time, he'd get those things regardless of whether I'm there or not, so I don't know. On how would OP describe the relationship? OP says, interestingly enough, we mesh really well as living partners, and there are very few annoyances. We are comfortable with approximately the same amount of mess, we have similar entertainment habits, we don't do anything weird that drives the other one up the wall, our eating and sleeping habits are pretty much identically weird. It's just my actual existence that's an annoyance. He just needs 4 days a week when I'm not there. That ain't gonna happen for me. On how will OP handle it with her family? I'll introduce him as a fiancé and say the wedding date isn't set, which it isn't. My overseas family won't care if they find out we broke up later. They are not that traditional or religious at all. Electro Narwhal says, why does this man even want a relationship if he doesn't want to pay his partner any attention at all? I'm assuming he wants someone to cook, clean, and bang at his convenience. Yeah guys, I want a 3-day-a-week bang maid that is going to leave me alone and let me do my 30-hour coding and 15-hour sleep sessions until I'm burnt out and need my bang maid for 3 days, and then I can repeat the cycle. That's the energy that I'm getting from this. He also just seems to not even be fighting the separation that they're going through. I understand that you want to avoid serious and tough conversations like this, but people seeing a 10-year relationship going out the window generally will fight for it and try and keep it alive, but seems like he is so apathetic at this point that he's just not doing that. Good on him. I personally wouldn't want to go on that international trip, but I get that property is involved and personal items and a lot of family that you made promises are also involved. When you bring all of that up, yeah, makes sense that it's not easy to just say no to that. Would I be the asshole here if I stop all of the favors I've been doing for my ex since he's refused the one favor I asked? This is kinda sweaty, but my 30 female ex-husband Greg, 38 male, and I have 2 kids. Louisa 9 and Ted 7. We divorced over 5 years ago and co-parent very well. The divorce was because I was happy with our 2 children, but he wanted more, and even therapy didn't help. We've had basically no issues. There's no child support, we're 50-50, have never had issues having the kids if the other parent has something coming up, and understand that it's just about making sure their lives aren't too disrupted. Greg remarried Tessie, 38 female, 4 years ago, and they have another child, a boy, and another about to make their appearance in this world in a few weeks. I am marrying my fiancé Luke, 36 male, in February. We've been together for about 3 years, and he's known my kids for 2. We moved in together last year. We have a group chat, but aren't overly friendly or anything. We only talk about the kids and keep it pretty lighthearted. Our only rules with the other datings is that we would introduce our partners to the other before they met the kids, which went great with both of them. When Tessie and Greg married, I obviously kept the kids an extra week for their honeymoon and again for my actual week so they could settle in. They didn't live together before they got married. When they had their first baby, I kept our kiddos for about a month, but brought them over a few times to see their new brother obviously, so they could settle in since it was Tessie's first baby. A few weeks ago at one of Lacey's games, Tessie told me the date her C-section was scheduled for, which is in the middle of their custody week. I told her that we were excited for them, and of course I could keep them that week and my following week, and we could go back to normal their next custody period. She kinda hemmed and hawed, and asked them if we could keep them for another custody week to give them a month again to get used to things. I said that was fine. I didn't expect them to need that much time for their second baby, but I guess C-sections are major surgeries, and I said that I'd be happy to keep the kid. They don't live far from us, so bringing them over to hang out won't be too out of my way, and of course I love having my kids with me. Anywho, we've finalized our plan for our honeymoon, which is in 3 weeks. I know it seems excessive, but it's something on both of our bucket lists, but it's not something the kids would be too interested in, and the honeymoon seems like the best opportunity to do it. Basically, what would happen would be that we'd get married on Saturday, my week, the kids would stay with Greg that night and stay for his week, and then they would keep them for our week and their next week. So they'd have them for one of my custody weeks, plus one extra evening. I don't have family around, my parents died young, my grandparents before them, and the aunt and uncle who helped raise me retired to New Mexico. 3-hour plane ride plus 2-hour drive at a minimum. I have friends who have watched the kids before, but I didn't see a single issue with asking Greg to keep them for a week, since it seems like there's a bit of a precedent. I texted him the general plan and emailed him a more detailed one with locations, days, times, etc., so he could know where we were / how to contact us if there was an issue. I thought all was well and good, but they never responded until a few days later. They emailed me what Luke and I jokingly now refer to as the manifesto. It was long, rambling, repetitive, and still somehow partially written by ChatGPT. The gist of it was, what kind of a mother goes on a 3-week vacation without her kids? I'm a terrible person in general for asking a young mother to have her stepkids full-time for 3 weeks while I go and enjoy myself. They/she kept calling Tessie a young mother. I think she means the mother of young kids, and I know it's not the point, but it kept annoying me. Also, the kids wouldn't be alone with her. Greg would obviously be there too. I am a horrible co-parent for asking them to have the kids for 3 straight weeks while their kids are so young. Their newest baby will be 6 months old by then, by the way. Apparently, it's all well and fine that Luke and I don't want kids anymore. He has a vasectomy and has known he didn't want kids of his own for a while now. But we'd better not think that gives us permission to dump Louisa and Ted on them to gallivant around. I don't think I've ever gallivanted in my entire life. We needed to figure out our own weeks out ourselves. This was not life or death, and it was ridiculous to ask them. I got petty after this, especially them acting as if we are constantly dumping the kiddos on them. So I went through the last 4 years of texts and made a spreadsheet of how many times either of us had asked the other to keep the kids and the duration on an Excel spreadsheet. While we both have made these requests, they have done so for 87 nights, 52 times, versus me, 12 nights, 8 times. Obviously this makes sense, since they have a baby, and I didn't send it to them or anything, but it was good to know that I'm not crazy. My friends say I should tell them that, fine, I won't keep them during their custody time after their new baby comes. I'm not going to do that. I love my kids and I want to see them as much as I can, but I do a lot extra for them. Just some examples. I sometimes, Luke if he is off work, pick up the kids every single day after school, and on Greg's custody weeks, I drop them off at their house since he doesn't get off until 5, so that Tessie doesn't have to take the baby out to pick them up. Keep in mind that she does not work anymore. Our divorce decree says that whoever's week it is must drop the kids off to the parents' house, but I've been doing all of the back and forth for a while again because they have a kid, and because it's not that far. 5-minute drive, 20-minute walk if it's nice. I take the kids to all of their appointments. I do all of the school parent stuff during the day, etc., since I have a super flexible schedule and Greg isn't. He would need to use paid time off for all of this stuff. We usually split health insurance per the divorce decree. They're on his work's insurance, but since I take them to all of their appointments, etc., I pay all the co-pays. I keep a tally just in case I would end up owing him money, and I know what he pays towards the premiums, and in the past it was minimal. But our daughter unfortunately has type 1 diabetes, which has gotten pretty expensive. It wasn't killing me, but Greg mentioned how tight money was once when I was bringing it up, and I decided that it's not affecting my life. Our daughter needed it, so I've been letting it go. Their son has been in the process of being diagnosed with autism and has pretty bad meltdowns. This is all I know from Greg, so they call me pretty frequently to see if I can come and get their kids for a few hours if things are overwhelming. Of course, I love my kids and I love spending time with them, but I've had to cancel plans for this, and they have not cared. Greg was in an accident and has been using my old car. I got a new one and hadn't sold the old one yet. It's not worth a ton or anything for the past 7 months with no effort to replace it. Greg travels sometimes for work, and Greg and the kids, have a cat over there. Normally, Louisa would take care of the litter box if Greg was traveling, but since her diagnoses and until we get her labs and health under some form of control, we both agreed that we don't want her messing with it. They let the cat go outside during the day. Since Tessie has been pregnant, she said she shouldn't have to, and Ted is a little young. He tried, failed, now he helps, quote unquote. So I've been doing it. Anyways, these are all benefits for them that I'm going to inform them are ending. I won't go back on my word to have the kiddos after she has her C-section, but the absolute goal of them to not do the one thing that I have asked of them, and that I have done for them, have brought me to this. Most of my friends say I'm not going far enough, but a few have said that it might cause a breakdown in our co-parenting relationship, which would affect the kids. That's really the only thing I care about, so now I'm hesitant. In the comments, I'm Rake says, not the asshole. Don't let anyone walk all over you. They said you were dumping the kids on them when they were doing exactly the same. OP says, I just hated the word dumping, as if my kids aren't a delight to be around. I mean, for their parents, I'm not one of those crazy mums or anything, I just can't imagine saying that they were dumped on me. Peffum says, send the spreadsheet and explain that since they can't help you out, you are no longer helping them out. If you don't stand up for yourself now, before the birth of their second baby, then you lose traction. Think like, if your husband has to have surgery or his parents become ill, they will not help out with the kids. Stop this right now to show that it goes both ways. Why does he have to be an asshole and not help? Please do not be nice. As someone older than you, you will end up regretting not standing up for yourself. Most women will tell you the same, and cancelling the post-birth taking the kids for a month as they will not learn their lesson. I'm on board with that. You're free to disagree with me if you want to, but OP, you're not going far enough. Cancel the post-birth taking the kids for a month. If you don't, you are setting a bad precedent for yourself. For them, it's more than okay for them to dump the kids on you 56 times, but you asking for it one time is the end of the world. From their point of view, you are Satan, and you can never be forgiven for that, and who the hell do you think you are? You've played so nice with them, OP. What you're asking is completely reasonable. Any self-respecting parent, any self-respecting person would have no problem taking the kids while you guys enjoyed yourselves on a holiday. But no, these people can't bear the weight of what it takes to be a community, and that is repaying favors that were paid to you. If you don't go ahead and slam shut every single benefit that they are getting from you, they won't respect you. That email is the breakdown of your co-parenting relationship. Nothing you do from here can make it any worse. They have already poisoned the well. That came out of nowhere. That was so unnecessary and uncalled for. That was the kill shot. You can't negotiate with terrorists. It's over. If you have a spine, there is no healthy co-parenting relationship going forward. There is only one of mutual respect. And now, onto the update. Hey everyone, I got way too overwhelmed with the responses, but like I thought, I was completely being taken advantage of, and the friends telling me to let it go can suck it. Just kidding, I knew where they were coming from. They were just wrong, and my egg, Greg, and Tessie do need to be introduced to my good friend reality. One thing I didn't mention in my last post is that Greg and I have a long history. I've known him forever since we moved to his mum's neighborhood when I was 4. We were always friendly, and then we started hooking up when I was in college and got pregnant. In his defense, he 100% stood up, married me, took care of us, paid for everything while I finished school, and even paid for my college. But even before all of that, he's always been a great guy and my friend. I know it seems like I was being taken advantage of, but of course, over the years, people probably thought that I was taking advantage of him before I started making the big bucks. It was me who filed for divorce. He said he could probably go to therapy and find a way to make it work, but I knew I couldn't ask him to do that. And there has been reciprocity in other ways. After we divorced, he definitely helped me a lot in setting up my new home, before Luke and I got together. Doing things like mowing, cleaning the gutters, fixing appliances. Obviously those things don't happen anymore, but I'm just saying it hasn't always been me doing everything. First of all, this has not been thankless. Up until the manifesto, they were incredibly and vocally grateful and appreciative. Doing things for appreciative people is great and makes me feel good. Unfortunately, now that we are living in the post-manifesto era, I don't get any joy from helping them out like I used to. With all of that being said, I can't continue bending over backwards for him just because he was good to me before. Anyways, I got pretty mad at myself at my last post and decided to respond to the manifesto, and as I was hyping myself up, Greg called. I was pretty amped, so I decided to answer. He started with apologizing. He didn't say it directly, but I got the gist that Tessie wrote the email in anger because of how overwhelming everything is. He reminded me that it wasn't just his son's issues. Louisa was also struggling to get her diabetes under control. Any other type 1 parents can probably relate, and she misread my email to think I was asking for them to keep them for 3 of my custody periods for a total of 6 weeks. Going back to the manifesto, I can kind of see where she was saying that, but it wasn't the most coherent thing to begin with. He said 1 week of our honeymoon is totally fine and they will figure it out. He acknowledged that it was entirely inappropriate and uncalled for. Unluckily for him, I was not in the best mood, and I told him damn straight that it was one of the most deranged and untrue emails I have ever read. I asked him if anything they wrote in that email rang true to him in the cold light of the day, and he admitted no. I'd kind of been going back and forth on this, and was originally going to tell him to go to hell, and we would never switch custody times again. I didn't care if they had 5 more kids with C-sections, but I decided against going that far. I told him that I would get the kids when Tessie had her C-section, keep them through my custody, and would expect to have them back during his next custody period, which still gave them 10 days to recover, etc. If he needed more help, I expected him to figure out any extra childcare for our kids, like he will need to do with his other son. He started arguing, but I just bulldozed through and told him that he could make this and all of the other times that I've helped him out with childcare by watching the kids during my week during my honeymoon. He said that sounded fair and thanked me. But I told him that the email was so far out of line that any and all extras I've been doing were over immediately. He could either find a new carpool, no bus, private school, or I would keep picking the kids up from school, but he or Tessie could get them from my home during their weeks. If they are unable to care for the children due to their son's meltdowns or the new baby, I would be willing to help them, but I warned them that due to their accusations, I would start, tracking this, and if I thought it was becoming an issue, I would file for primary custody. I asked him if that would help. He could have the kids every other weekend. I wouldn't demand child support in light of his very difficult situation, even though I know I could, and he insisted that wasn't necessary, that it was on them to figure things out. He really didn't have a lot to say back to any of this, and apologized again. I told him that it wasn't impossible to rebuild the trust that we have had in the past, but it was going to take a lot of time and hard work on his and his wife's part, because I was done putting in so much just to get attacked. He promised he understood, and he would figure everything else out. I told him that since this was another verbal, aka not legally binding agreement, the first time either of them slips up, makes outrageous demands, or says anything remotely close to what she wrote in that email, I would bring down the hammer because due to the attacks on my character, I now had a lawyer on retainer. I hadn't met with a lawyer yet, but sometimes you do need to bluff. He confirmed he understood. Tessie sent me a text apology. It seemed sincere, but I don't trust her. I know Greg wouldn't throw her under the bus, but the fact that she thought that it was okay to send such a demeaning and demonizing email to me after all I've done for her really ruined any grace I was willing to give her. I sent her a short acknowledgement text and went on with my day. Both their lives are about to get much more difficult. If they try to put any of that discomfort or difficulties on my kids, I will move swiftly, but also, if it means that my kids get a little less at their dad's house than they do here, that's not the worst lesson for them. Their needs will always be met. I know that, and they've been in therapy for a while, so while I'm concerned that Tessie could take her frustrations out on them, I truly think they would tell me. I read so many other stories on here and realized that. 2 things. So, the thing with the car. It's meant for my friend's stepdaughter for when she gets her permit. She is 15, and we all love her so much, but she has that disease that 15-year-olds get, where she doesn't really have any motivation whatsoever. So I was talking about all of this to said friend. She told her husband, and he marched upstairs and told his daughter to get dressed so she could go and take her permit test. She failed, but is going to try again next week, and he's purchasing the car next week. Greg knows, and knows he has until then to acquire a new one. And the cat isn't Tessie's cat. It was Greg's guilty divorced dad first Christmas. I really like the cat. She's very sweet and snuggly, and I haven't minded helping, especially since Louisa does feel bad that she doesn't do it anymore. Honestly, if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't have agreed to help. Luckily, the induction is soon, and Greg won't be traveling for a while, so it's a moot point. Obviously, if they were to decide to get pregnant again, they would need to hire someone to do the litter box going forward. I've probably only done it 3 times, but I see that was crossing some boundaries that I should have put up. I'm going to keep enjoying the life that I've worked hard to build. I know they'll always be around and in my life, and it's unfortunate for them that the choices they made got them in this situation, but they're going to have to rebuild their village. I'm excited for the wedding, and especially excited to go to Japan. Those things, and of course my kiddos, are my focus going forward. Peace. And on to the latest update, which is kind of a side update. It's a post titled, "Ex's new son has autism. What are the right boundaries?" So my ex and I had some recent issues, to say the least, and I'm completely pulling back any favors that I used to do. It's deserved on his and his wife's end, but it's going to hurt them. They have a little boy who is 3 to 4-ish, and it seems profoundly autistic. Still not speaking, has meltdowns, self-injuries. In the past, since I live close, if their son was having a severe meltdown and my kids were there, they'd ask me to come and get them, and I usually would. Unfortunately, they've behaved badly, and I will no longer be doing this. They're also about to have another baby, which I'm sure will be stressful as well, so I understand it will be difficult. I obviously don't want my kids to have to deal with anything traumatic. The little boy is still their brother, and they do love him, and I think it's important for them to have the time with their father and his family. That being said, I obviously want what's best for my kids. How do I help them remain positive while also protecting them? In the comments, forget about your ex. What is the best thing you can do for your kids in those instances? That is all that matters. OP says, of course, but he simply cannot rely on me during his parenting time. I just want to know when to step in. You go get your kids. Doesn't matter whose time it is, you need to prioritize their mental and physical health and well-being. I've also been one of those children whose parents fought over who would take them, and it really made me feel like nobody wanted me. Kids pick up on a lot. How old are your kids? What's the access schedule? If your ex cannot parent and take care of all of his children appropriately with the current schedule, then it needs to be amended so it meets all the children's needs. Your joint children cannot be made to bounce back and forth when they're overwhelmed with the situation with the autistic child, and now another baby in the mix. Do what is best for your children. Maximum time is not the best solution. It needs to be quality time. OP says, we are 50-50 and they are 9 and 7. I agree that it needs to be quality time. The issue is, he needs to take responsibility for the kids during his parenting time despite having more. He needs to stop relying on me because I will no longer be helping. I do worry that my kids will end up not wanting to go over if I make them stay during these meltdowns. It's just so complicated. OP's ex-husband backed down very fast. It was actually kind of funny. He probably read the email his wife sent his ex and shit himself. That's why he called his ex. Damage control. Greg is an idiot and a loser. He loved the idea of more kids so much, he ends up divorcing his wife, bringing a witch into the family, and becoming a shittier parent to the kids he already had. Who else wants to bet the reason raising his first kids went smoothly, in comparison, has a lot to do with OP taking on the bulk of it? Obviously, I'm not referring to the difference in their needs, but if Greg was near capacity with 2 kids, why did he think adding more would make things easier or better? And there's always a chance your child could be special needs. He just really didn't think this through, and it sounds like he got wife number 2 pregnant immediately, so I doubt he knew her all that well before forcing her on his kids. What a tool. I hope his son gets the resources he needs, and his older kids don't have to deal with the evil stepmother for too long. Poor kids. Doesn't help that the second wife is older when she got pregnant. Yeah, there's a lot to process there in this one, and it does sound like OP is going to figure this one out. I would put money on the situation kind of collapses and deteriorates further to the point that OP needs to take sole custody of the kids, and yeah, he gets to have his quality time with them every second weekend. That's not a great situation when you think about it. Like, it's obvious to me that Greg wants to be a father. He doesn't want to only spend every second weekend with the kids that he shares with OP, but that's reality. That's what has to happen. His wife is crazy. His wife has problems. She took away all of the good benefits he enjoyed from OP because of her control issues. They have a child with very high needs who does not mesh well with the 2 children that are currently there before the baby. The children's needs are always going to go over Greg's wants. Am I the asshole here for telling my dad that I don't like his wife after 20 plus years of knowing her? For the first time in my life, I, 28 female, got into a big argument with my dad. For some context, my parents got divorced when I was 5. He almost immediately moved in with her. I lived with my mum, went there every other weekend, and half of school holidays. The best moment of the weekend was the drive back and forth, since most of the time, it was only the 2 of us. The rest of the time was spent with my stepmothers and 2 of her children. To today. My wife and I are buying a house, and I asked him if he could come check it out on Wednesday. His answer was, just trust the estate agent. He doesn't have time because he may watch my stepsister's kids. He watches those kids every fucking week of the year. He's been doing that for years and always complains about how much energy it takes. I felt let down because he rarely has the occasion to show me that he cares. We have a cordial, yet not deep relationship. That was one of the biggest steps in my life, and he didn't even try to be a part of it. I thought maybe he was hurt by the fact that we didn't invite him to our current house, so I told him it wasn't personal, that I had nothing against him, but that I didn't feel like having my stepmother at my place because she's always been mean to me, but he was welcome to come by himself. He refused, got offended that he discovered that I didn't like his wife. Like, open your eyes? She hates on me all the time? He said that I needed to let go of the past, offered to get dinner someday soon to talk it out. I insisted to talk it out on the phone because I didn't feel like seeing him and that it was no conversation to have in a restaurant. Here are some examples of why I can't stand her anymore. Are they exaggerated? Is he right? And should I let go of them? When I was doing ballet, 5 to 6 years old, she would say that I was too fat to dance. She forced me to get my armpits and legs waxed at 10 because she was afraid that me shaving would look bad on her wedding pics. It hurt like hell, by the way, and I still remember how I felt like shit. Didn't like me staying at home doing homework, reading, or playing video games, so I had to go out and hang out with my stepsister's friends. She made homophobic comments about gay marriage whenever she had the chance after I came out. She encouraged me to sleep with men, in case it turned me straight. I was 14 at the time, and I never told my dad. She called me too fat when I was 16 for a whole summer. She then turned around and called me too skinny at 18. I became super self-conscious of my body and I lost a lot of weight. She undermined all my successes, especially school-related ones. She talked behind my back a lot to other family members. She would always disagree with me about everything. She would spend whole dinners talking about how me being a vegetarian is wrong and stupid. Never said a single wrong word about her son's vegetarian girlfriend, though. She gives me the cold shoulder very often or just acts super cold when I'm around. 23 years knowing her and 1.5 years of therapy later, I finally unloaded what I had to say. My dad thinks he did his best as a dad, that she has nothing against me, and that I'm still in the past. He's now blaming my wife for my changing behavior. I used to be afraid to speak up for myself. I'm not his girl anymore, because I don't smile as much as I used to. I'm done putting up a nice face when I'm being walked all over, thanks. Well, Dad, it's called therapy. Was I wrong? Am I really living in the past? Should I have accepted his invite to talk about it face to face? In the comments, Full Reception says, "You're not wrong. You've had to protect yourself from an openly hostile step monster for far too long. And yes, based on what you've said here, he chose his new family over you. I'm so sorry you've had to go through that. The feeling of exclusion and watching him be happy with them must have been excruciating. Your step-monster is a terrible person, basically bullying you for existing. I don't think that's about you personally at all. It's because you're a reminder of your dad's previous marriage. I wouldn't be surprised if she was the reason your parents split up to begin with." OP says, "Thank you so much for your comment. I needed to hear that. My wife has had my back and been an amazing support, but having outsiders validate your feelings is feeling really good." And for sure she was. My dad even introduced me to her before leaving my mum. Stinky Twigs says, "Not the asshole. I don't feel like you're exaggerating at all. It's not living in the past if a friend did this to you and you refuse to talk to them anymore. You're not living in the past for being validly upset about genuinely hurtful things being said to you repeatedly. Let go of the past is such a bullshit excuse. Does she still treat you like that? If she does, and I'm betting she would, it is not the past." OP says, "You're right. She's being more subtle now. I'm not so worried about her anymore with my wife by my side. She has my back, and she's ready to take her down in a second." Yeah, I'm gonna go with everyone else here. Not the asshole for telling your dad that you don't like his wife. What has she done to be liked? Those two deserve each other. They sound horrible together. And it just kind of sounds like your dad doesn't like you either, but he's putting in any attempt to kind of save face. Like he has an idea in his heart that he's like, I want to like my daughter, and I want to be liked by my daughter. I don't want there to be any animosity, but I also very much agree with my wife about everything she has done to OP, and I support her for that. But I also don't want that creating any negative emotion coming my way. I want no part of that. It just seems like this man wants to have his cake and eat it too, and not have the cake shoved back in his face. Like, no, there are consequences to choosing to marry the devil. And I don't know how OP is still talking to this man after all of that time. Like, does he not love his daughter at all? And now, onto the update. Here's an update since some of you asked for it. I tried to keep it short, but it's not easy. Hope it's not too long. So my big brother texted me yesterday evening asking why I took such a big decision and saying that dad is not doing okay. I called my brother this morning to talk about it. To make a long story short, this is my brother's version. I'm screwing the family dynamic and making things hard on my dad. Therapy is mostly bullshit and I'm just being difficult. My mum complained as well. I've been parentified and finally, a few months ago, felt brave enough to set boundaries. I've not been nice to my dad because I didn't give him my address. A few months ago, my dad asked for my address and said he'd stop by without warning, as he always does. I told him not to do that. I hated it. He brushed it off. I never gave him my address to keep my peace and quiet. I shouldn't have said anything about my stepmother and should think about the consequences it has on the whole family. That my words have been too harsh. My reply, I didn't tell him his wife was a fucking bitch, even though it's my opinion, so no, I haven't been too harsh. It changes everything for everyone. I should be more thankful to my parents. I shouldn't be so hard and let people have their way, or I should have spoken before. Here's my version. I've never been brave enough to talk my truth. Both my brothers have had the chance to live their lives. I was the one behind, taking care of my mum and basically being her parent. I have a right to decide for myself. I can refuse calls after 8 p.m., decide who I want in my home, say no when I don't want things to happen. I needed therapy because I've been complacent with everyone my whole life. I finally deserve a chance to live my own life, and I'm setting my rules. Accept them, don't discuss them, and either stay or leave. After having had my brother on the phone, I decided to call my dad. Apparently, he understood that I didn't want to see him with his wife anymore. What I meant was, I don't want her in my home. I told my dad that my home was my safe space, and I didn't want people I wasn't comfortable around in it. He laughed, said he loved me, but my reasoning was stupid. I told him she hurt me, and I made a list if he wanted examples. He laughed about me making a list. I gave examples, and he excused them all, said I exaggerated. According to him, I was well treated. She didn't beat me or abuse me. I was fed, and she did things for me. He couldn't give me a single example of what she did for me, though. He didn't care about anything on the list from my previous post, and he just brushed it off. Even when I told him that he never defended me, he said I was still his daughter. He loved me, but he wasn't going to see me without his wife, that we would call anyway. He added that his wife has been crying for days about it. Like, what the hell? And he told me that I should have talked to her. I told him that I never felt safe enough to talk to her face to face, but I could call her. Now, should I call her and tell her why I basically hate her? I just can't decide. It would be liberating, and nobody could use the argument, you should be an adult and talk to her directly. But at the same time, it feels weird to call someone and tell them why you hate them. I've always been conflict avoidant, so this is all new to me. In the comments, Tappity Tapper says, do not call her. Think about it. Your dad basically just said that you're full of it and nothing you say, feel, or think has any merit or requires anyone to take seriously. Do you seriously think she'll be different? You won't get closure from others. Closure only comes from within. You cannot force them to see things from your perspective. You cannot even convince them to acknowledge you have one. They cannot even comprehend the fact that your perspective is what your life is lived by and not theirs. Take a deep breath. Think about what you expect from healthy, respectful, and loving relationships. Ask yourself why this is important to you, and then define the consequences you are willing to live with in case of breach. Stepmonsters crying for days is purely performative. Your brother is pissed because with you making healthy boundaries, he's now going to be taking the brunt of your parents' bullshit. Yep, and that's not OP's fault. Everyone has the right to draw healthy boundaries, even if it makes others uncomfortable. Yeah, he can definitely see the writing on the walls, that now those two lunatics are going to focus their rage that they can't get out on OP because they know OP will just block them and remove them from their life. Those two will now hold their tongues and redirect everything at the brother. Because it seems, as I expected, the dad doesn't really like OP. He's just downplaying everything and trying to force his way or the highway onto OP, and that's not going to work. And I don't know where he finds the audacity to think that it's going to work, because sooner or later she's just going to go no contact with him. But I see grim tidings on the horizon for that brother, so best of luck to him. Our next post is by user badwife07, and it's titled, I, 30 female, changed into a Stepford wife. No longer happy with my marriage, but I think it's basically my fault. My husband, 35 male, and I have been together for around 4 years. We have one young child together. I'm not happy in my marriage anymore, and I think it's mostly my fault. I changed a lot over the last few years, especially since becoming a mother, and my husband is the same guy that he's always been. When we were dating, we were sexually adventurous, had threesomes and poly relationships, and basically lived a party life while maintaining respectable professional jobs. I loved that my husband didn't judge me for being very sexually adventurous, as other men had, and he didn't expect me to have a traditional housewife role. He didn't care if I cooked or cleaned, and was fine with having a messy house and eating a lot of takeout. But as I've gotten older and become a mother, I find myself strongly desiring a more traditional lifestyle. I don't have any interest in sex with other people outside of our relationship, and I want our house to be clean and comfortable. And I want to eat healthy, nutritious food. My husband appreciates all the cooking and cleaning I do, but it's not important to him, and he doesn't help out. I am growing more and more resentful that I can't motivate him to do basic cleaning tasks around the house. It's not like I enjoy cleaning either, but I really want our child to grow up in a nice home. I also had to stop drinking and using all recreational drugs when I got pregnant, and I never started again. My husband still, in my opinion, drinks to excess, and occasionally likes to go out and take drugs with his friends. When he does this, I get very angry with him, and his response is that I have the freedom to take a night off from parenting and do the same if I choose to. I feel like we've really grown apart and have very little in common these days outside of managing a shared household. I don't feel very close to him or emotionally connected. I don't look forward to spending time with him. When we have long periods of time together, like car rides, we don't talk anymore. We each put on headphones and listen to podcasts or audiobooks. In fact, sometimes we'll each independently put on the same podcast, but listen to it separately. When I noticed this, it seemed symbolic of the rest of our lives. We are so separate these days. Our sex life is okay, our finances are in good order, and we get along very well with each other's families. We went to counseling about a year ago, and things improved marginally for a very short time, but we ran out of things to talk about with the counselor, and the improvements disappeared quickly. What do I do? Do I stay in this marriage I feel indifferent to? I miss feeling in love, but I don't want to tear my family apart. In the comments, is your husband bonded with his kid? Does he take them to the park without you and bathe them and tuck them in at night? Also, are you working, or are you a stay-at-home mum? It seems like many stay-at-home mothers have trouble finding interesting things to talk about since their world is so small generally. OP says, I work full-time. My husband and I each have very demanding careers. I would say my husband and daughter have a good bond, but I get the impression that parenthood is a lot more work and less fun than he anticipated. I think perhaps he had an overly rosy view of things. He does love her and enjoys spending time with her, but not in the same way that I do. Punk Grifter says, relationships adjust after having a kid. Biological instincts about hearth and home get kicked into overdrive. There seems to be some things that could be done to get closer together. With the house cleaning, since his threshold of cleanliness hasn't changed, but you want more help, maybe you guys can hire a house cleaner to take the load off you. Also, more than just changing levels of cleanliness, having a kid means more cleaning work to do. The laundry of 3, the messes of 3, etc. This isn't just an opinion, there probably is more work that needs to be done. Before kids, date night could happen whenever. After kids, it takes more work to find the time. Figure out how to go on that drive. Make the time to be with each other. If you were listening to the same podcast, make a mini discussion date afterward. The biggest issue is the drugs. The other things are more administrative adjustments, and you guys could easily figure that out. The fact that your needs have changed away from drugs means a larger personality divergence which needs to be looked at. OP says, I think this is getting closer to the crux of my feelings about all of this. The housework, etc. is all problematic, but really, I miss having any kind of closeness. It bothers me a lot that my husband either doesn't notice or doesn't care. Sometimes I schedule date nights into our weekly planner, and he spends the date playing with his phone or just being quiet. We had one good date night that I can remember in the last year. The rest have all been duds that left me feeling even sadder and lonelier than before. I love the optimism in the comments, because, it potentially is salvageable. You guys have been together a lot, you understand each other, you know each other, you've been through so many ups and downs. But you personally, OP, have diverged so hard from where he is right now in his life, and he's not wanting to follow you on that path. Like people were saying in other posts, you gotta do what is best for your child. And right now, it's not the end of the world that dad is a bit dysfunctional, that he's not stepping up and being an amicable co-parent with you, a loving partner like he used to be. Just, even as simple as talking to you, having conversations with you, that those aren't even happening. Jesus. And you've tried therapy. You have tried to make this work. I don't know what is going to get through to him to make him change. An ultimatum, perhaps? But really, I see this most likely just ending in you separating and him learning these things far too late. And now, onto the update. I didn't expect to be posting back so soon, especially because I didn't do anything. But I think my husband was also feeling the distance and the tension between us. Today, I snapped at him over a minor household issue, and he asked to be alone in our office for a while. While he was in there, he reorganized the entire office, a massive project, and took care of filing about a year's worth of paperwork that had just piled up. He paid some bills that were my responsibility out of his personal account. We use his, hers, or ours system for our finances, and he balanced my retirement portfolio, a project I've been putting off for way too long because it stressed me out. And then he went out to pick up some dinner, and over dinner, we talked about a family vacation that we want to take together soon, which he offered to plan and pay for. As soon as he walked out of our house to pick up dinner, I broke down in tears. I think it was just the realization that he has his own way of showing he loves me, and sometimes I get so absorbed in my own thoughts and feelings, and so burdened by the weight of my responsibilities, that I don't even notice how much he does. Anyway, sorry this isn't a more dramatic update. I can see now that my husband and I need to work more on connecting with each other, but we are still both in it to win it. And even though he sucks at showing it sometimes, I know he loves me and is devoted to our family. In the comments, 12 Days Late says, I'm glad things are looking up for you. I didn't read the earlier post, but have you heard of the book The 5 Love Languages? It basically presents the theory that everyone shows their love one of 5 ways, languages, and that so many problems in relationships, especially pertaining to he doesn't love me or do anything nice for me, etc., can be helped by understanding your partner's love language. I seriously think both of you should read it and talk about it. I also think you both should consider at least a couple sessions of marital counseling. OP replies, thank you. I have actually read the 5 Love Languages book, and really, my husband and I have similar languages, so everything was hunky-dory while we were dating. I think he tends to get in ruts where he starts taking our relationship for granted, and he isn't using any of the love languages, and maybe I do the same thing too sometimes. I think the trick is to just keep trying, keep talking, keep letting each other know how we feel, and not getting swept up in the tides of work and parenting and everything else that can so easily overwhelm and subsume simple acts of love and kindness towards each other. And someone else says, side note, I think or hope the reason people are assuming you don't work is because you use the term Stepford wife, which to my mind means stay-at-home mum who does nothing but cook and clean and polish her silver all day. And OP says, that's fair. I guess I overreacted due to all the PMs telling me I should kill myself and my husband should divorce me. Also, this is a problem that I regularly have in real life. Almost everyone my husband and I meet assumes that I don't work. My job is super important to me and a huge part of my identity, so it's hard not to take offense. Always lovely to receive threats like that from people in your inboxes. What a great way to get over the problems in your relationships with people not giving it advice. Instead, just saying that you should just end your life because that'll fix everything. No, it won't. What the hell? Also, the pessimist in me is saying that the husband is doing a patch-up job here, and that once the drinking and the drug use catches up to the relationship itself and the child sees the harmful addictions that, and I'm going to call them addictions because, they are vices, they are bad vices to be using regularly, that's not going to bode well for the child's mental health and perception of good, healthy parents and parenting dynamics. That just entire world of the child's perception of his parents and how that will affect the child in their development. Unless actual, real change is made by both of them in order to correct course, I still don't see the relationship working out. I understand him having this moment of clarity, but she says that he goes in swings of taking her for granted. Who's to say that he's not going to take her for granted again? Sister-in-law tried to get my significant other to break up with me. I outed her machinations to my mum, and now everyone blames me. My significant other and I planned a vacation back in April for my stepkid's birthday. It was to be a week-long vacation. A month afterward, sister-in-law found out and invited herself to the vacation along with my brother and my 2 nieces. I invited my mother, all expenses paid. It's important to note that when sister-in-law invited herself, I'd already planned and paid for most of the activities. Most of the plans were non-refundable. I sent sister-in-law my itinerary in case they wanted to tag along in any of our plans. There was one activity my nieces could not participate in because of their ages. There was another activity my sister-in-law did not deem appropriate for my nieces, and a third she just didn't want to do. Sister-in-law was pissed that I didn't cancel the activity that my nieces could not participate in. She was also pissed I would not cancel the ones she didn't want to participate in. My significant other and I had a disagreement on our first day there, and sister-in-law leeched onto him all day. I'm just going to say partner instead of significant other. Sister-in-law and partner knew each other back in high school, as sister-in-law used to date one of my partner's best friends. Sister-in-law spent the whole day talking shit to my partner about my family, including my brother, her husband, and me, and trying to get my partner to break up with me. She also told my mum my partner did not want her in our room and got her to change rooms. Finally, sister-in-law called the rest of the family back home to tell them about my disagreement with my partner, attempting to involve the whole family. When my partner and I sat down to talk and figured out what she was doing, we talked to my mum. We didn't kick her out of the room, we invited her. Sister-in-law got suspicious that we were telling my mum everything, so she proceeded to block both of us and tell us from now on there will be 0 contact. Sister-in-law cut me off from my nieces. The next day, my mum stayed with sister-in-law because she didn't want to be cut off from her granddaughters. She ended up changing her flight and leaving early. I felt betrayed and asked her not to contact me again. All of my family blames me for telling my mum what sister-in-law said, saying that everyone talks shit. They also questioned whether my partner was lying and that I had no way of knowing if he was. Even though I trust my partner, I also have proof that he wasn't lying, as sister-in-law told him very personal things about my ex-fiancé and I's breakup 10 years ago that only she knew and I had never told my partner. Right now, I don't talk to my family. I feel really awful about my nieces. I miss them. So am I the asshole for telling my mum and for cutting them off? In the comments, Glittering Swan says, not the asshole. Your sister-in-law using her children as a weapon, making everyone fall in line, is sick. Stand your ground, and your family will soon come crawling back when they wake up to what your sister-in-law is doing. OP replies, I don't know that they will. She did the same thing she just did to me to her own brother last year, and he is still ostracized and not invited to any family function. She took over planning all family holidays, and I don't even know why everyone let her. They're all at her house now. Her brother and his wife are never invited. Apocalypse Joe says, well, you should hang out with her brother and his family. Wouldn't that live rent-free in her head? And OP says, I actually get along great with her brother and his wife. Her brother is my age, and I worked with his wife on some projects. If she weaponizes access to her children, I think you have your answer on why people let her get away with it, but I'm unclear why you're not in contact with your mum for spending time with her grandchildren. OP replies, it's more because she believed sister-in-law when she told her that my partner didn't want her in our room. She changed rooms, and even after knowing the truth, she never came back to our room and wouldn't spend time with us so that sister-in-law wouldn't block her too. All of this after sister-in-law said she was certifiable and unbearable. The hell does certifiable mean in this context? All of this after I invited her along and paid for her for everything. She then attempted to just be Switzerland and changed her flight and left early. Someone asks, does your sister-in-law want your partner? And OP replies, this is the feeling I got. One of the things my partner said was that he just wanted peace, and my sister-in-law's response was that if that's what he wanted, my family was not it. Unlike her family. She also kept weirdly comparing my partner to my brother in a way that my partner was better than my brother. In the past, sister-in-law also made derogatory remarks about my brother to me. Before they had kids, she expressed wanting to leave him, but that at this stage in life, she would find it hard to meet someone else to have kids with, and that with my brother, at least she'd have good-looking and intelligent kids. She's always putting my brother down as well. I don't know what's up with my brother. I think he's just checked out. In the conversation, she also just kept bad-mouthing me, focusing on saying how I never wanted kids and how because I'm not a mother, unlike her, I'm, according to her, not good with kids. She was saying I was not a good stepmother, basically, which is a load of bullshit. Whenever she needs help with my nieces, I'm the one she calls for help. I'm the niece's favorite aunt. My partner also has no problem with me and how I treat stepkid, and stepkid loves me. He's cheating on you. She's cheating on your brother, 100%, like, without question. This is so reminiscent of that story the other day where the husband was like getting choked by that woman on the couch and he said like, I want to stick my cock down your throat. That was crazy. I'm getting the same energy from OP, like her not really doing anything about it and just being walked over by the entire family, by her husband, by her sister-in-law especially. And no one wants to rock the boat. No one's going to rock the boat. Everyone's just going to do what keeps the most amount of peace in their life. OP be damned. Like, OP's brother-in-law has already been outcast from the family as a result of this. OP's just the next target. And given how close sister-in-law is with OP's partner, I'd say just cut it off with him, man. This is a lost cause. Sister-in-law has lost her damn mind. She's on a power trip. She's turning the entire family against you. She's stealing your man. Even after she's already got his brother, she doesn't love that guy. She's a piece of shit towards him. She says the most vile, abhorrent, outrageous things about him and you, and gets away with it because no one challenges her on it. And it seems like your husband has checked out. He's well and truly checked out. If he loved you, if he cared, he'd defend you, and he'd do something about her. But no. Oh, we're mates. We go way back. Yeah, it's so cool that she does all of this. Yuck, 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 yuck. No, not the arsehole OP. Leave him. And now, onto the update. I read all of the comments, and there was a sentiment that kept repeating, "You let ... One particular comment said that I let my sister-in-law leech onto my partner all day. The fight my partner and I had was about stepkid making up false SA allegations about me on instructions of her mother." That's it. That's grounds to completely cut her out of your life. That is so far beyond acceptable. I said to partner that to protect myself, I would no longer be helping change stepkid or taking her to the bathroom. My partner was pissed at me, acting like I'm hysterical and overreacting. The reason I asked my sister-in-law for advice is because she has 2 kids and I thought she could advise me on how to handle it as my partner was brushing me off. She also acted like I'm hysterical and like kids making up SA allegations is completely normal. So I asked her to just not mention anything about it and forget we talked. She said of course, but then proceeded to tell my whole family and my partner. Before getting together with the rest of the family, I talked with my partner to ask if we could put it behind us, to please let's not fight anymore, and just enjoy our vacation and the kids' birthdays. He would not let it go and was ignoring me at the pool when sister-in-law leeched onto him. He allowed her to. He did not put a stop to it. He spent the whole day with her, ignoring me. While I can't control what other people do, I can control what I put up with. So in that sense, the comments saying that I let it happen were right. I let it happen by sticking around. I have separated from my partner. It wasn't just over this incident, and it wasn't right away. After the trip, I've fallen into a depression and went to a psychiatrist. She prescribed me antidepressants. They make me rather sleepy. The first night I started them, I went to pee half asleep and went back to bed. And when I woke up, still rather sleepy, tired, and dizzy, my partner started yelling at me right away and slamming doors for me not feeding the dogs when I went to pee half asleep. So I left. My family doesn't like my partner because he can be rather angry and aggressive in his expression of anger. One of the things my sister-in-law says is that my brother, her husband, and my dad are the real aggressive ones, that my partner isn't aggressive. She's always defending him. He's gone back and forth between getting help and then abandoning help. This doesn't change what sister-in-law did or said, or what my family did, so I'm still not talking to them either. In the comments, Form Successful says, "Sounds like your partner and sister-in-law already have something going on. You and your brother are both better off without them." Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If they haven't already started it, they're revving up for it. It also sounds like the partner is abusive with anger management issues, and so no grand prize anyway. OP, that dude is making you depressed. I'd nope out of the entire relationship. With a bit of luck, him and sister-in-law will get together and your family will be well rid of those assholes. OP says, "He's part of the reason I'm depressed. Yes. It's been a couple of days since I left, and although I can't say I'm no longer depressed, I'm starting to feel a bit better." But what about OP's niece and nephew? She'll be able to see them when her brother has parenting time after his divorce. OP says, "My brother has had some issues with alcohol that he's currently working on. He's sober, but with his past transgressions, I don't think he'd get shared custody. I think that's part of the reason that he stays. Sister-in-law is trying to get him to relapse, complaining how he traded alcohol for the gym." Oh, just when I thought she couldn't get any better. Not the arsehole again. The comments about letting it happen probably meant not setting boundaries sooner, but what you've endured is abuse. The false SA allegation alone is unforgivable, but your partner's reaction and subsequent yelling confirms you are separating from an abusive partner. You are doing the right thing for your health and safety. OP says, "I'm sad, but I also feel relieved. I was living constantly nervous and walking on eggshells as to not anger him. He went as far as complaining about me not doing all of the household chores the day I work remotely. I told him my company doesn't pay me to clean our house. Working from home doesn't mean that I'm laying around watching TV. Who saw that coming? The false essay allegations and her partner being an abusive piece of shit. Wow, we've hit the trifecta today. I think those two deserve each other. And I think OP should continue with getting all of those disgusting leeches, pathetic excuses for human beings out of her life. I don't know how OP is sane enough to write all of this down and come back with an update. I feel like I'd be losing my mind with stress and anxiety if I had to deal with a situation like this, so props to you, OP. You are stronger than me. Still not the asshole. Our next post is by user AcceptableCrab6040, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for calling my husband's friendship with his coworker an emotional affair?" Hi. My husband and I have been married for 2 years and known each other for 4. We have an 11-month-old daughter. Our relationship is great. We've been loving our experience as parents. There's just this issue that I thought had resolved, but my husband's behavior is making me think I went about it in an asshole-ish way. Around December of last year, he had referred a woman he knew from his college days. I'd asked him back then if they'd been close friends. He had said they were kind of friends, not close enough to make plans to hang out together, but close enough that they'd hang out if they saw each other. I was like, totally fine with that, obviously. Anyway, she got the job and works in his office, fortunately in a different team. Their friendship seemed to have been blossoming again, which was fine, although it had been intruding into his time at home. Often he'd get texts and smile and respond, and it would be from her. When I'd casually ask what she said, it wouldn't be anything scandalous, sometimes just a shared reference from their college life. He took me to a restaurant near his office once as a special night out, and midway through, I learned that he'd been here before with her. We were about to argue, but he'd said that it was just lunch, and I also didn't want to ruin our night out, but that's when I really started side-eyeing it. And then finally, when I was going through his phone for a number that he keeps in his contacts, she'd responded to him, and I just clicked on the notification and read some messages. She was complaining about the lack of luck on Tinder and was like going off about the kind of guy she's looking for. And now I really don't fully think that she was just making a pass, but just some things hit too close to home. My husband. I told him what I'd read. He didn't mind the reading. We are both very open with our phones to each other. He was like, "What's the issue?" And I said the kind of conversations and the frequency with which they were happening. Since they saw each other at work, went for lunch together, then had these kind of texts at home, it had become an emotional affair, and he needed to cut her off. He looked like I'd slapped him. He argued back, really stressing the affair part that I'd said. I told him how stressed this was making me, and I needed all this communication outside work to be stopped, and later said at least has to be toned down significantly. He did agree to it, but made it clear how wrong I was in calling it an emotional affair. This happened on Thursday. He's been pretty cold since. I don't think I've ever seen him act like this before. Yesterday, I was just cuddling with him and he wasn't being soft like he normally is when we cuddle, and he told me he couldn't believe I called it an emotional affair and that he'd ended it. But this hurt not only for him being accused of an affair, but her too, who must think that we are crazy. I was hurt, and our night kind of ended like that. Have I been the asshole here? If I have been, and I'm the reason our relationship has taken a hit, I'll fix it. I need a judgment. In the comments, Own Writing says, "He's being a jackass. He's lying to himself, which is typical in an emotional affair. One test is how strongly he protects their friendship." Frankly, this is pretty much a recent relationship, and if there is no deep emotional connection, he should immediately voluntarily discontinue non-business contact and discussions. Both of you read and discuss Not Just Friends by Dr. Shirley Glass. It's based on research of couples that experience infidelity with just a friend. Lessons learned. The problem is that most people don't realize they're in an emotional affair until it's too late. It starts with personal conversations and increased contact outside of work that disrupts home life. The statistics information of affair partners being primarily co-workers are staggering. I think the last article I read was, if I remember correctly, that 85% of affair partners were co-workers. So OP has right to be concerned, not the asshole. I'd be pretty cold too if I were accused of having an emotional affair. It's possible he enjoys her company, but is not emotionally invested in that way, and no one likes being falsely accused. You're the asshole, not an affair. It's a friendship that you're uncomfortable with. I'm gonna side with the not the asshole crowd on this one. I feel like, yeah, if most people don't realize they're in an emotional affair until it's too late, maybe those people need to do some research and reading on how a typical emotional affair in this co-worker kind of space happens, and the warning signs to look out for when, yeah, it disrupts your home life. Because it sounds to me like it's disrupting the home life situation that OP and OP's partner have going on. If OP is uncomfortable with it, and OP wants him to scale back the conversations to a much more respectful, at-work level of relationship that doesn't go outside of work, if you have respect for your partner and you know that they are not being overly controlling of you, I think that's a fair ask. Because if they feel like you are giving someone else much more emotional attention that you are taking away from your partner, at what point is that no longer friendship anymore? I get where the "you're the asshole" crowd is coming from. I understand their confusion in this matter. I personally don't think they've thought about this one long enough. They just immediately dismiss it as, they're just a friend. Ignore it. Ignore your gut instinct. Stop listening to that gut instinct. Like, no. Trust your head, trust your gut, and do what is right by your relationship. And now, on to the update. Thanks for the feedback, even, maybe especially, those who said I was in the wrong. Last night, when we were watching TV, his responses to me were still standoffish, which honestly was messing with me more than the actual texts and lunches. So I brought it up with him. I asked if he was angry at me still due to our conversation a week ago. He said no, it's fine, but I still apologized to him. I said using the phrase emotional affair was too much. I said it without realizing what it truly meant, that I couldn't ever imagine him being unfaithful and hurting me and our daughter that way. And I didn't say this to him, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but now that we have our daughter, I think I just thought whatever he had with his workplace friend had the potential of messing with the life and family that we had now. So I might have said more than I should have. We made up in the moment with kisses and watching TV. I also said that I appreciated how quickly he dropped everything with her, despite any misgivings he may have had about what I was asking of him. He said no problem, and that he was glad he could be normal with her in less than a week, and she wouldn't be too weirded out by all of it. I felt uncomfortable by that, and framed it in a way that a lot of commenters had suggested I frame it. I told him I was uncomfortable with how quickly and deeply his friendship with this single girl, who was supposed to not even have been good friends with him, had strengthened. He again brought up trust that she was his college friend and all, and I said I trust him, just tone it down. I want my daughter and I to be his priority, not some random girl. And I kind of broke down a bit at this point. I know some comments had called me emotionally abusive, but I swear to God, this wasn't something I had planned. I asked him to just not have her be a strong presence, and he said he would tone it down, and that he'd keep the friendship to the way that it was initially. I'm glad I cleared out the emotional affair part of it. I didn't like to have accused him of it, and it really wasn't. I crossed the line there. And I want to clarify that I'm okay with him having women as friends. One of his close friends is a girl, but again, she doesn't get the same frequency of communication that his coworker gets, especially when the work hours are factored in. Anyway, we made up after all of that, and hopefully we're back to the way that we were before all of this. Thanks a lot. And now, onto the final update. Hi. A few people had DM'd me asking if I was doing well. This is just my final update. First of all, I may have been rude in lashing out at the comments on my last post for not having said all of that stuff on my first post. It was honestly my fault to have taken advice on this issue based on anonymous comments, rather than go to someone I trust, even if that meant I'm telling them about my marital issues, which is something I'd always been taught to avoid. I'd decided that while I wouldn't invalidate my feelings, I wouldn't bring it up again unless I felt uncomfortable again and just trust my husband to handle it. And over the past few days, I didn't have any reason to bring it up again. The frequency really has decreased. In fact, he was the one who brought it up when his phone had pinged, and I brought it to him and saw that it was her texting him. I wasn't going to bring it up because the texts had become few and far in between, but he started the topic and said that he had toned down their closeness for me. I thanked him and said that it was good of her to be understanding too. He said he had just told her that it was all good, that it was just a misunderstanding, but he'd reduced the frequency of contact on his own side for me, because he knew that she'd feel terrible about having caused issues, and why punish her for our issues? And she's his co-worker and an acquaintance, so I get his point of view. Why make it messy? But I'm happy with where we are. As difficult as this may have been, I'm glad he was able to move past me using the phrase emotional affair as well. In the comments, so his contribution to the conversation about your relationship was talking about this other woman's feelings and how she doesn't deserve the inconvenience of losing access to him. This sounds like a difficult situation for you, and it's good that you are happy where you are, but I have to point out that my take on all of this is that he Darvo'd you. It's shorthand for some classic abuser responses. It stands for deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. Your husband didn't do all of this, but he did make himself the victim, to the point where you had to apologize repeatedly for calling what he did an emotional affair, which it actually was. His denying that it was an emotional affair and then acting like the victim turned this situation away from his inappropriate behavior, having the emotional affair, to yours. Actually naming what he did. Neat trick. I hope I'm wrong, but I suspect that either he will get better at hiding his external affairs, and/or you will get blamed so hard for his behavior that you'll start walking on eggshells to avoid his coldness or anger, like you already did. My best advice for you is individual therapy to help you understand your own thought patterns and help you set boundaries that are healthy for you. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? She didn't really take the advice of the comments here and get him to admit that what he was doing was wrong. He successfully Darvo'd her. That's kind of messed up that despite 2 previous posts to this update filled with hundreds of comments of people being like, he's manipulating you, sis. You're right in calling this an emotional affair. What he's doing is wrong. Don't let him guilt trip you. She's like, you know what? Actually, he is the victim in all of this. It's me that's wrong for pointing it out, and the more I dig into this, the more he's gonna hide, and the more I'm gonna have to walk on eggshells around him. So I better just blame myself, apologize to him, and this'll all just blow over. And I really don't want to hurt her feelings. I really don't want to accuse her of having an emotional affair with my husband. Oh man, let this be an example of what not to do, people. Don't do what she's done here. Have a backbone, have a spine, and stand up for yourself. And call bullshit out to its face without being Darvo'd. Don't let the Darvoing happen. I, 30 male, am in a relationship with a single mum, 27 female, and I regret it. I started this relationship 2 years ago when I was 28. Due to the 1-hour drive, we only see each other on the weekends. She has her son Monday to Friday, and the weekends dad gets her son, 7 years old. I really only see him on Sunday nights when he gets dropped off. I was always nice to her son. I would play Minecraft and take him out, even went on vacation with her and him a couple of times, but I'm not gonna lie, I never loved the idea of dealing with him. Despite my attempts at treating him like my own, he's proven time and time again that he's just a difficult kid to deal with. I want to keep this post short, so I'll spare the details, but the problem is that recently he's been with us every weekend, and I'm starting to get a clearer view into my future with her and her son. I have 0 time for myself. There is no sex. Haven't had it in over a month, and I find myself hiding in the bathroom just to get a moment's peace. I no longer look forward to my weekends. I actually look forward to Monday because at least after work, I have a few hours to myself for some peace. I'm starting to realize what my future is looking like, and it horrifies me. I tried having a conversation with my girl about it a few times, but it always seems to lead to an argument. It's like I have all the responsibilities of a parent, but none of the authority. I really love my girlfriend, and we have such a good relationship outside of her son, but now I think it's time for me to end it. I just feel completely awful about the whole thing, because I knew she was a single mother before I got into this relationship, but I kept ignoring red flags, and I kept telling myself it would get better, but it hasn't. It just kept getting worse. I feel like I wasted both of our time, but I'm just having trouble letting it go. Every time I think about ending it, I get scared that I'll miss her too much. But deep down, I know that I have to. Any advice or anyone else go through this before? In the comments, Fiancee M says, "Listen, if you feel like that, get out. Save yourself, move on. It'll sting, but ultimately you will be happier." As a step-parent myself to a very difficult child, it never gets easier. There is literally no happiness in our home anymore, and I have 3 of my own kids who are miserable as well. I wish I had not ignored some red flags. You cannot love someone through these kinds of situations. OP replies, "Thanks. I've already started speaking to a therapist and am working on getting out for good real soon. Her and I actually just started a break because of all the stress I've been feeling from the relationship. I don't see much value in a sexless relationship with a mum that I have to help raise her kid, who I have to lose all of my free time to. I just hate feeling like the bad guy, but I guess I just have to accept that and move on. It is okay to realize that you don't want to be in this boy's life. The sooner you break up with her, the less attachment her son will have with you. This is why it's called dating. There's an old saying, the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, the second best time is right now. While you tried to connect with her son, it just didn't work out. Time to sever ties and wish them both the best so that she can find someone who can connect." Back up to the post, there's an edit. "Thanks everyone. I appreciate all the comments. I just wanted to clarify that the red flags were not her being a mother, although her parenting style isn't one that I endorse completely, so I guess that could be a red flag. But I'm just saying, I ignored the red flags that involved other aspects of single motherhood that are not exactly her fault. For example, her son's father is a deadbeat and doesn't support their son financially at all, so I know that burden would fall on my shoulders completely if we were to stay together. Something I really didn't consider going into it. Should have been more obvious, I know, but we all make mistakes. I have nothing but love for her and will make an update post once I have the conversation with her. Very soon." You know what, OP? I'm happy that you've come to this realization and that you are now very much accepting of the fact that this relationship is over from your end and you can walk away, sever ties, have a clean break, and leave these two behind you because, as it stands, this relationship cannot work going forward, and you shouldn't hold on to that. Take this as an opportunity to clear your head, break with her amicably, cut contact, and move on with your life and find someone that is more compatible with you. You deserve it, she deserves it, the kid deserves it. You don't have to commit to dating with her. And now, onto the update. Long story short, I told her I was unhappy. I asked if I could have some time to myself, maybe one weekend a month I can stay home, and she said no. It's all or nothing with us. I offered her couples therapy and even told her that I'd pay for the entire thing. She refused, said she already has enough therapy. I told her then we need to end it. It was an awful conversation and there was tons of crying until she just hung up on me. A little backstory. She's been through terrible trauma in her life, and I was worried she might not be okay because she's still dealing with some of it. Anyway, I was worried about her, but she refused to talk to me. Wouldn't answer calls or texts. I figured it was just over now and I need to leave her alone. The next morning, I get a text from her asking me to come get my stuff that I'd left there. I told her just throw it all out. The stuff wasn't worth me going over there because it would be too hard to see her now. She basically said, please just come get your stuff. I don't want to look at it anymore. And she said this will be the last time we will see each other, so let's say goodbye. I agree and drove over there. When I got there, I was met with a pile of my stuff. I started taking trips bringing it down to my car. When I went to get the last of my stuff, I saw her sitting on the kitchen floor just crying. I sat next to her for a while not saying anything. She kind of made a move where she moved away from me a few inches. I looked at her and said, I should probably go, huh? And she nodded her head. I got up, and as I was leaving, I just said to her, I just wish you didn't think I was a horrible person. She started yelling from the floor about how she did nothing wrong and whatnot. I couldn't take the yelling. I said goodbye, and I left. As I was walking down the hallway, I was haunted by the sounds of her crying so loud, I could hear it very clear. As I left her building and got in my car, she called me. She was upset that I didn't want to talk, but I explained to her that there wasn't anything left to talk about. She kept going on and on about how awful I was and not doing the right thing, etc., and she refused to take any blame. At this point, I'm already on the highway about 15 minutes away from her apartment when she asks me to come back inside to talk. I told her no, I'm already leaving. She started crying and begging me to turn around and talk, and I said, I'm sorry, I am so sorry, and I hung up the phone. This is the first time I've ever done that to her, but she's hung up on me over a dozen times before. She started immediately blowing up my phone. I couldn't deal with it. I was losing my mind, so I just turned the phone off. I left it off for a day, and when I turned it on, I saw a few short texts and missed calls. I immediately just went ahead and I blocked her. I'm loving this. This is so good. I don't know if I did the right thing. I feel so damn terrible about this whole thing. I want to be there for her. Hearing her cry killed me inside, but I know that me being there for her will just rope me back into the relationship that I was no longer wanting to be in. Even though I still love her, and in fact I am still in love with her, it's too much. I know I won't be happy. She wrote me 2 emails since she figured out that she was blocked. I haven't read them yet. I can see that they're addressed in letter format, but I don't have the strength to read them at this time. This whole thing sucks. Hopefully this doesn't get automatically taken down. Anyway, thanks everyone. And if you have advice on how to get through this, that would be very helpful. Thanks. In the comments, Deleted says, so she didn't want to give you a weekend off, and instead she gave you a lifetime off. Honestly, I could see why she would feel like she wants all or nothing from you, but she has a child that isn't yours. She should have the skills to rationalize why you would want a weekend off sometimes. I've never dated a girl with a kid, so I can't relate too heavily, but it seems just from this here that you were empathetic and rational, and you gave her every chance to have a real conversation, and she was just emotionally distraught the entire time. I think after all of that, blocking and moving on completely is probably a decent choice. Leaving wiggle room for conversation won't be healthy for either of you. Back up to the post, there's an edit. I never thought this would get so much attention. This has been the most difficult thing that I've dealt with in my life, so thank you all so much for your kind words. It has all helped out tremendously. Last night, I ended up reading the letters that she sent me, before I looked at this post again, and the very first letter was super apologetic, actually made me tear up. It was very sweet, and it made things really difficult. And then I read the second letter, which was sent 12 hours after the first one, and it was more blame. She was venting about all the things I did wrong. In retrospect, I shouldn't have read either of the letters, but the first letter reminded me of the good times, and then the second one reminded me why I broke up with her in the first place. So I'm glad she wrote the second one, because if it was just the first one, then who knows what I'd be feeling right now. Anyway, I'm going to continue to be strong and block her on any other methods she tries contacting me with. She even started calling me from her work phone number. I didn't answer it, but I googled it and confirmed that it had to be her. I blocked that number as well. And on to the next update. It's titled, I was the dumper and I've been having a really tough time. So I just got out of a 2.5-year relationship. My ex is 27 and I'm 30. I broke up with her because I wanted some more time to myself because I felt the dynamic between her and my life was not very fulfilling for myself. Spending all my time with her doing what she wants, etc. Plus the lack of sex. We were only having sex maybe 1 time a week at most, but the last 3 to 4 months were together. That dropped to once every other week, and then eventually once a month. She's a single mother, so trying to become a step-parent has been very difficult and was the leading factor in our breakup. Anyway, we had a tough breakup, and immediately after I felt great. I was finally free. But now that it's been a week, I'm struggling a lot. I've been crying every single day, including having a complete breakdown last night. I feel so much regret about my decision. I miss her so damn much. I've talked to my therapist, I've talked to my family, I've talked to my friends. None of that has really been helping. I miss talking with her on the phone or seeing her smile. During the breakup, I was so focused on all the bad that I forgot about the good we had. Now that she's gone, it's reversed. I've tried thinking about the bad, and I understand that we cannot be together again, but I'm fighting the urge every minute to not pick up my phone and call her, or text her, or drive over there and beg for forgiveness. I feel like I'm at complete rock bottom here. I think about dating again, in the future, not now, and I just don't find any interest in any other person. It just makes me miss her even more thinking about being with someone else. Because what if they don't do what she does? What if they don't have such a sweet laugh or is as fun to be around? So much confusion in my brain. I'll remain strong and I'll not contact her, but I'm here to admit it is absolutely tearing me up inside. Thanks for reading about my troubles. And now for the next update, titled, My ex reached out and this helped me get over her. I wanted to make a post in hopes that it will help more people. You can check out my post history and see my problems with my ex, and eventually the breakup, and even after, me feeling like I wanted her back. She was a single mom, and it was really difficult to get over her in more ways that I wasn't prepared for. So I wanted to use this as a little bit of an update on how I got over her and what exactly happened post-breakup. She reached out. If you want backstory, read my post history. If not, long story short, 30 years old, dated a 27-year-old single mother, 7-year-old boy for 2.5 years. We were sort of long distance, it was an hour's drive, and we saw each other on the weekends for the most part. After the breakup, I had felt free. Free of all the nonsense associated with her. I finally had my own free time to myself. However, shortly after, maybe 1 week, I started to miss her a lot. I thought about her all the time. Last time I saw her, she was sitting on her kitchen floor bawling her eyes out. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that image. I heard her screams and cries. It broke me. I wanted to reach out to her so bad. Eventually, I did message her and ask if I could write her son a goodbye letter because I never had the chance to say goodbye to him. I actually was surprised how much I missed him. He and I had our issues, but I did have a connection with him, and it was sad to think that I'll never get to see how he grew up. Anyway, letter sent, she received and thanked me for that. Everything was pretty cordial. About 6 weeks later, I'm still missing her. Still have moments where I break down in tears by myself. I remember going down into my home workout room and just started doing deadlifts until I couldn't physically pick up the bar anymore, and I just collapsed to my knees crying hysterically. This was at 1 a.m. on a work night. I was a mess. I wrote her a letter afterwards, basically saying everything I wanted to say. I wanted her back. I was going to fix everything, etc., etc., but I never sent the letter. I was serious about the no contact. I was going to be strong. I was never going to break it. Writing the letters, then deleting them, was just therapy for me in a way. After I wrote that letter, about 3 days later, guess what? She fucking called me. I didn't notice that it was her at first because I deleted and blocked her number. I don't know if her number didn't get blocked correctly or if it was a different number. I never asked, but I answered and it was her. She started on about, "Oh hey, how are you? I know we haven't talked in a while, but I left the Toyota dealer and they failed my car because of the tint you'd put on it. Can I borrow you for a moment and you can help me out?" My heart started racing. I wanted to see her so badly. I wanted nothing more than to be with her again, but I knew that I had to talk first. I told her I would help, but I wanted to talk first. So we talked. So many things I wanted to say to her, I began to say. I told her how I was struggling, I told her how I missed her, and I was just completely honest about everything that was going on in my mind. I told her about therapy. I told her about the journaling. But when I asked her how she was doing, that's when the truth began to pour out. She told me she was doing well. She told me she was regressing, in her words. Said she was going out, partying, drinking, hanging out with friends. Even made it a point to let me know that the next night she was going out with friends in the city and that she was going to pick a new dress for it. She sounded like a bimbo on the phone. What a charmer, what a cool guy calling his ex that he wants a bimbo. Wow. Calling me names like love and sweetie. Just cringe level shit. I asked her if she missed me. She said she did, but she was doing well. Told me therapy has been focused on her own trauma and she doesn't really think about me or dream about me or I guess really care about me at all. I asked about her son because at this point I was more interested with him. She told me that he saved the letter and he still asks about me. She said he misses me a lot. I can tell he missed me more than she did. I ended the call with an, "I would love to help you, but I can't. Here's directions to a shop that I know will pass your car with the tint. Tell them you know me and they'll take care of you," and she thanked me and hung up the phone. Once we hung up, I just stared at my wall for a good 5 minutes. My mind totally fucked up at what just happened. I was so sad at first and angry. How could she move on so easily? How could she not be in any pain while I'm sitting here totally devastated at the breakup? She's doing well? My anger and sadness soon turned into appreciation and relief. Oh my God, she is not my problem anymore. She's doing these things that would haunt me at night, but she's not my woman anymore. The girl I was in love with, the girl who every time I closed my eyes to think about, she does not exist. I know that sounds crazy, but she does not exist. The girl I keep thinking about is no longer around. She's been replaced with this other person who looks like her and sounds like her, but she isn't her. That helped me out tremendously. Suddenly, I realized that I'd been trapped in a mental prison. The whole time I thought she put me there, but she didn't. I did. I put myself there. I know this is a bit off topic, but I watched The Matrix, the original one, for the first time in my life. I know. And I started to see similarities to what we think our realities are. I know this is a bit of a tangent, but it helped me believe that I needed to see the truth. The truth is, there is no girl. Or, there is no spoon. I know that last bit's a little weird, but it helped me, okay? The point is, she isn't the person that I built in my head. Just like Jocko said in his breakup video, you build this person up who doesn't even exist. Girlfriend broke up with you? Good. You're spiraling in a mental health crisis? Good. I also listened to Bill Burr, and he has a podcast where he talked about how breakups were, and he actually said that around the 6-week mark, they always reach out. He was right. Anyway, one final update. This all happened about 3 weeks ago, and I've never felt better since. I am so at peace with everything. Sure, I do still miss her from time to time. I definitely miss her son too, but I am happy again. Finally. I freed myself from the prison that I was in. I always was hoping that she could free me, but she couldn't. I had to free myself. 2 nights ago, I got a random text from her cousin, 21 female. She told me she heard about the breakup, and she wasn't sure if she should say anything, but she said her and I had a good relationship. The cousin and I. We used to always joke around with each other when she visited. She told me she will really miss me, and she even said that she doesn't believe my ex will ever replace me. Her whole family loved me, and it shows. Anyway, I know this post is long, but I'm doing great right now. I'm actually gonna start dating again soon, and have been doing so well. Here's some things that have really helped me get over her besides the obvious phone call. Journaling. Write all feelings down. Every time you want to reach out to your ex, write it down and wait a day. You must wait 24 hours. You'll feel different, I promise, and you won't send that letter. Exercise. I worked out every single day. I always worked out, even during the relationship, so this helped, but it wasn't enough on its own. Could be different if I just started though. Projects and goals. I have this car I've been fixing up. It helped me a lot working on the car because I would listen to podcasts and music while turning wrenches. It helped me a lot. Pretend you're better. Just like how faking confidence can lead to real confidence, faking being better after a breakup can lead to feeling better after a breakup. This was helpful in the later stages when I was still holding on a little bit. In the beginning, I recommend just being honest with yourself. It's okay to miss them. And cry it out. Thanks, Bill Burr. Seriously, have yourself a good cry everything out, you will feel better. It's okay to do this in private, no one can judge you, and it's better for your health. And that's pretty much it. I hope this helped some of you. I do still miss my ex from time to time, but overall, I'm in a very good place. I know what it's like to be in the dark, to feel hopeless. I've been there before. It will get better, but you have to put the work into it. Good luck, everyone. And now, on to the latest update. Titled, I wanted to reach out for Mother's Day, but I maintained the no contact. Geez, for someone that wanted to keep this short, it's been going on a while, hasn't it, OP? My ex is a single mother. I was very close with her and her son. I'm 30, she's 27. This is our first Mother's Day apart after the breakup about 2 months ago. I wanted to write her an email wishing her a happy Mother's Day. I was just gonna say, hey, I wasn't sure if I should reach out, but I just wanted to wish you happy Mother's Day. I hope your kid is doing well. I miss him. I wanted to write it so bad. I wrote the email in my head about 10 times, but I never wrote it. I told myself I would not do it, and I contained myself. It was hard fighting the urge, but now it's the next day, and I'm so happy I contained myself. Do not break no contact for any reason. If you have the urge to do so, write the email, but don't hit send. Wait 3 days and see how you feel. I bet you'll delete that email and be thankful you did. I am, for the most part, over my ex, but seeing the reminder of Mother's Day just brought back so many memories. Luckily, your feelings are temporary. Stay strong, everyone. In the comments, Eastoid says, for me, the most frustrating thing about his posts is that he threw out the meat and left us salad and potatoes. He never described what the conflict was about, saying he wants to keep the post short, and then proceeds to write and write and write about everything else. His word usage was problematic. His posts are all about me, me, me. Even his wanting closure was about how he wanted it. Then he calls her a bimbo for going out? Or how he'd worry if they were still together? Seems super controlling. I dated a single mom and was totally surprised after 2 years that this child is really there and wants or needs his mother. Woe is me. After I ended the relationship, I turned into an ancient Greek dramatical actor, lost my grip on reality, and finally saw that she was in no way trying to sound cheery in front of the guy who dropped her, but was a bimbo all this time. Oh boy, he needs help. Something about OP's writing style is raising alarm bells. He seems to wildly swing from absolute depths of despair to never felt better in a matter of minutes. He describes his ex as someone who doesn't exist, and I get his point, but coupled with the fact that he watched The Matrix in the same stride, thought that it was an appropriate analogy to his past relationship, and describes his grieving the relationship as a mental prison, I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's worrying. Hopefully the therapy helps him tease this out. Welcome to the end of the ride, guys. There is that saga. What have we learned today, kids? Mental health is very important. Don't call your ex a bimbo just because she's out enjoying her life. That Matrix scene was not an appropriate analogy for the past relationship, and he's showing his delusion in that he's making all these comparisons. But yeah, if that helps him process the breakup after 2 months and he can actually move on, which I don't think he has moved on quite yet, or if he will at all, who knows, that more power to him, I say, more power. Please, OP, keep yourself single for a bit longer and process all of this before you end up on the wrong end of Hinge, where you're love bombing someone who on their profile says, I'm looking for someone that's over their ex. And you're lying to yourself where you're very clearly not over your ex, and you trauma dump all of what you're going through and haven't processed still on that person that you end up dating, and then it doesn't go well, because my money's on like that's what's gonna happen. But who knows? I'm no therapist. I'm just some guy. What do you guys think happened after OP's mental odyssey that he just embarked upon? Let me know in the comments. Am I the asshole here for kicking my parent out and saying, this is why I was so messed up as a kid? I had my parents over for dinner this weekend. They're in their 60s, and after my daughter, who was 10, asked if she could play us a song that she'd been practicing on her keyboard, she gets lessons. It wasn't perfect, she missed a few notes, there were a couple of pauses, but she did really well. She looked up at the end with a massive smile, and I started clapping, and my parents started fucking laughing. Not just a little chuckle, a massive fucking belly laugh. Both of them. My mum asked if it was her first time playing it, and my dad said that it had to have been. A dog could have played that better. It was like my daughter was shrinking on the spot, and she looked down and said, no, I've had 2 lessons, but doing it with 2 hands is hard. And they just laughed even fucking harder. I just stood up, took their cups, and said leave. Now. My mum tried to say about how they hadn't finished their drinks, they wanted to hear another song, etc., and I said, get your stuff and get the fuck out of my house right now. My dad started doing this huffing thing he does when someone dares speak up to him, and my mum said that there was no need to be like this, that I can't protect her all the time, and she's preparing my daughter for the real world. I said, it's not teaching the real world. They're just nasty little bullies picking on children, and shit like this is why I was so fucked up as a kid. Now leave. They got their stuff and left. I sat with my daughter, and I explained how proud of her I was and how well she was doing. To ignore them. They were just being cruel because they don't know any other way to be, and asked if she could please play it again, which she did. On the Sunday, I messaged and said that until they can behave like decent human beings, that we are taking a break away from them. My dad replied that it was my choice, but he didn't realize he raised me to be so precious. Now, my lovely, brown-nosing, golden child of a sister is getting involved. She phoned me today with my parents' version of events, telling me I was a nasty piece of work and should never speak to my parents that way, that I'm wrapping my child in cotton wool and blah blah blah. I just told her to go fuck herself and hung up. I'm not asking if I'm in the wrong for standing up for my daughter, I'll always do that, but I did go pretty 0 to 100. I kicked them out straight away. I swore at them and in front of my daughter. I did raise my voice at the end when I said leave. I was and still am angry. I don't think I'd even accept an apology from them at this point. This behavior isn't new. It's decades old. But this is the first time it affected my daughter. Did I go too far? Did I react too much? Should I have tried to be calmer or talk it out? I don't know. Am I the arsehole here? In the comments, 2 Plastic Lobsters says, "Not the arsehole, you're a goddamn hero." If your parents think that's an acceptable way to talk to a child, they had it coming. Bullies always whine when the tables are turned. At most, you might want to talk to your daughter about how they've always been like this, and a confrontation was bound to happen. She may blame herself, or wonder if you'll yell at her like that someday. Knowing there's a history would help her understand. At 10, she'll have encountered bullies already, but may not know that they don't change when they grow up. OP says, "Thanks for your comment. I didn't think of that. I definitely don't want my daughter thinking that I'll ever react that way at her." Not the arsehole. Who laughs in a 10-year-old's face when they're just starting to learn a new skill? Their actions were out of line and uncalled for. Protect your daughter, keep those horrible people far away from her. Moreover, who, besides another 10-year-old, laughs in a 10-year-old's face about anything, or at anyone trying to show a new skill or any skill? Don't be dicks. Pretty easy. You are my personal hero of the day, OP. Not the arsehole. Your daughter is never going to forget you standing up for her. Absolutely correct. She'll see you as an ally in life now. She'll also realize that it's okay to not accept people being awful to you. 2 very enthusiastic thumbs up for your parenting. Not the arsehole. You're correct. They are just nasty little bullies picking on children. What normal human would belittle a child's attempts to perform for them? I know 3 people who never need to darken your door again. OP says, "It was how they always were. Anything I did while growing up was picked at or laughed at. I couldn't let my daughter feel how I did." Awesome job. My stepdad was not a great parent, but the day he flipped at his mum for making a nasty comment about my weight, I was 10, is one of my fondest memories of him. The way they acted was honestly mean to a bizarre degree. Like cartoon villain level mean. I'm sure it was normalized in your family, and it's truly amazing of you to break that norm and create a new standard of decency and kindness for your kid. You were acting like a sane parent by kicking them out. Back up to the post, there's an edit. Lots of people think I'm a mum. No, I'm a single dad. Also, thank you all for your comments. Definitely calming the anger I felt and making me feel less shit for the way I reacted. Edit 2, I really appreciate all the comments, even the ones calling me Mama Bear. I never doubted that I was in the right for standing up for my daughter, just how I went about it. I'm gonna sit and talk with my daughter about it all, either tomorrow after school or on the weekend. My parents and sisters can just disappear for all I care right now. To all the commenters that said they wish they had someone like me when they were younger, I get it, man. I really do. I hope you got someone now, or are able to be that someone. Reading all these comments definitely changed my anger into sadness / a realization that I'm not alone with the shitty parents. I won't lie, reading that definitely shot an arrow, directly into my heart. Seeing them belly laugh like that at the child, and then just not apologize at all, just double down on their shittiness. And then on top of that, be like, no. Play another song. I want to keep laughing at you. Do it again. One more song for us to laugh at you even more. Knowing that OP had to go through all this trauma, I applaud OP for having the strength to keep these parents in his life, to try and break the cycle, to try and make the future better for your daughter, that hopefully these 2 assholes that raised you would be better for your grandchild, but unfortunately they were not. You are not the asshole here for kicking them out and saying that that was why you were messed up as a kid. That's not going to change them. It seems like nothing at this point will ever change them, and at this point, completely cut them out of your life. For your sake, for your daughter's sake, and for everyone's sanity here, please completely cut them out of your life, and your sister if she's going to keep up the charade. And now, onto the update. We cut contact with parents and sister. Parents kept messaging that I was being overprotective, didn't know how to raise a child. I should look at how well I've grown with how they raised me. Sister still thought that I'm committing some massive crime by talking to my parents that way, not agreeing with them, etc. Been about 9 months since the last messages. They've been blocked, and any family that messages about them has a warning if they continue, they will be blocked. Bye, Nan and Uncle Steve. I got my daughter a piano second-hand off Gumtree. Dear fuck, they're expensive. Just over $5,000 for a small Yamaha, and then almost $1,500 to bring it up to scratch. Keys and wires, and another £130 to tune it. Pianos are expensive. Probably ripped off. I don't know, but if she gives it up, I might actually cry. She's 11 now, has lessons twice a week, which also make my bank cry. But to be honest, I think she might be the next Mozart, the only piano person I can think of. She practices all the time. I have a partner now, and he's equally as supportive as me. She always grins at the applause at the end of her shows, fortnightly to monthly. Thanks for all the previous love, supportive comments, and pointing in the right direction. Sorry for all the wasted awards. Don't put any on this, it's another throwaway. I am beyond proud of my daughter. She understands why we don't see them anymore, and she seems okay with it. She is brilliant. Thanks again. Edit to add, I reread the post and just want to add that I did talk to my daughter. I have multiple times since. My parents were pretty involved in our lives, so their absence hit her pretty hard at the start. I explained in kid terms the shit that I went through, what they said, and how they were wrong and shouldn't have. How I won't allow it with her. I also apologized for getting angry around her and swearing, and she did get upset and say that I scared her, which made me feel fucking awful. She seems to understand none of it was aimed at her, as it was for her. She isn't scared of me or anything, was just an in-the-moment thing. I don't shout or swear around her normally. She gets that I love her. I'm in her corner, and I always will be. In the comments, amazing. You did the right thing protecting your child from your parents. Glad to hear that you stuck with your decision. Truly admirable. OP says, to be honest, making the post helped. I doubted myself a lot, thought I went too far. I genuinely debated apologizing. No regrets, Reddit has its bads, but it helped me. Your daughter's gonna grow up knowing she has a father who will stand up for her no matter what. Words can't do justice the difference that will make in her life. I know how hard that shit is. It's never easy to cut off family. There's always that voice that will tell you that you're overreacting. You aren't. I hope you and your partner are making a wonderful life and that you will get to watch your child grow into a confident adult. She might not have had the chance to without your protection and sacrifice. I hope you know how worth it your decision was. I applaud you, OP. Thank you for doing the right thing by your child. Thank you for cutting them all off. I genuinely don't believe there was any good in keeping them in your life. Again, I respect you for giving them all that chance, but they showed that they were not deserving of being in your life. Plain and simple. Thank you for having that conversation with her and clearing up that you don't hate her, there is no ill will, you are doing everything for her and for her benefit. I agree with everyone else in the comments there that she will grow up knowing that you were there for her 100%, and I respect that so much. You sound like an amazing parent. Anyone would be lucky to have you as a parent, a guiding figure in their life, even as a mate. I truly respect you for that, and thank you for the update, showing us that, humanity can be good and isn't always a flaming dumpster fire like a lot of stories are on here. Our next post is by user Educational Cry, and it's titled, I, 21 female, have been dating my boyfriend, 21 male, for a year, and he mistook my human decency for feminism. Am I the asshole for wanting to end this relationship? So the other day, my boyfriend and I were talking on the phone. He told me about his friend's, 23 male's, relationship and asked for my opinion because he wanted to know the female point of view. Basically, his friend was dating a girl, 19, who did not share his religion. He really wanted her to have the same beliefs, so she decided to convert for him and practice his religion. Eventually, her family decided to disown her, and it caused her a lot of issues and problems. Oh God, no. Around the time she converted, they were still in a long-distance relationship. Later on, they met in person and spent 2 weeks together. After those 2 weeks, he decided he didn't have feelings for her and broke up with her. Oh, God, no. What is wrong with this man? How does feminism have anything to do with this? 2 days after the breakup, he told my boyfriend that he regretted it and thought he still loved her. Emphasis on thinks. This is when my boyfriend asked for my opinion. I tried to stay neutral and told him that I think his friend shouldn't get back with her because he already decided that he doesn't love her. He would just be wasting both her time and his. I added that if he's a good person, he should leave her alone, since he's already caused her enough trouble in her life and then threw her away after spending 2 weeks with her. My boyfriend then told me that he thinks that his friend should get back with her just because the girl is pretty and nice and she actually loves him. No! Male manipulator core. I told him that was unfair, because he would be taking advantage of her. You don't love someone just because they're attractive. That's when he told me I'm such a feminist, and that I don't have to make everything about feminism. He said I wasn't being realistic, that I don't know the girl to be on her side, and that I watch way too many women empowerment videos. I explained that this has nothing to do with feminism. If the roles were reversed, and it was my friend telling me that she did this to a guy, I would still tell her to leave him alone because she caused enough damage already. I would lose all respect for her. You're not supposed to toy with people's feelings or life, regardless of gender. I told him I was speaking from the goodness of my heart and that it's just normal human decency. My beliefs are built on a solid foundation. I am not an idiot. I am a feminist and always will be proud of that, but this conversation had nothing to do with it. He seemed very biased towards his friend, which I didn't like at all. On top of that, he lashed out at me for no reason, calling me a feminist as if it were an insult. Now I'm honestly contemplating ending the relationship because of his way of thinking. For context, when I asked my boyfriend if the girl did anything wrong, he said she was an absolute sweetheart and a very kind person. I think my eyes are gonna come out of my skull with the amount of side-eyeing I'm doing right now. In the comments, Bitter Do Gooder says, does he always want you to just agree with him and not actually have an opinion? Dump him. What the hell is female empowerment about not wanting one person to emotionally manipulate another? You don't need to know them to know that it's not a good situation, and the person manipulating the other is not a good person. But yeah, make it about boys versus girls. Not the asshole, dump him. OP says, actually yeah. A lot of the time he gets upset when I disagree with him about certain things, and we always end up arguing about our disagreements. He just doesn't want to agree to disagree. I've explained it to him way too many times that we're not supposed to be the same person or have the same opinions. Each one of us can be their own person, and that is okay. Sounds like you're a guest to his life. A trophy, not a peer. Do not waste your youth with someone that you absolutely cannot have a future with. Let's put it this way. Imagine 10 years from now, a child with that man, you carry full term, and then life happens. Imagine your future in those conditions. You do understand how dangerous it could be, right? If a man shows you a glimpse of his true self, react accordingly. Believe all of it. Do not permit yourself to whitewash and sanitize what you experienced with him. Oh, it wasn't that bad, I can fix him. That's how we get killed. Not the asshole, and yeah, end it. You can do so much better. He can't. Sleepy Mickey says, I think he just told you how he views you as a person. You're just a pretty face that loves him. Take that pretty face somewhere where you will be loved. OP says, oh my god, no, because thank you so much for saying this. The main reason why he fell in love with me in the first place is because he found me really attractive, and for the longest time, it was the only thing he complimented me on. My looks only, and nothing else. Almost like I lacked depth as a person. He lacks depth, and you'd do well to not waste your time with this child. Look, guys, maybe I'm starting to believe that the bar really is in hell. Maybe once again, people do need to have stories of the failures of others in order to learn, oh shit, all he ever does is compliment me on my appearance and literally nothing else about me, and doesn't seem to care about my opinions and wants all of our beliefs to align exactly as they are and to never have any fights or arguments or any disagreements. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to ignore all of that. I think I will continue this relationship because this is normal. Jesus Christ, this started so badly. The 23-year-old convinced the 19-year-old to convert to his religion. She got outcast by her family for this man who, after 2 weeks of them not being long distance, was like, man, I'm just not feeling it. I know you literally burned your life down for me, but I just don't fuck with you like that, you know? I'm losing my mind. That was such a deranged place to start with this, and now we're here, where OP's like, oh man, have I been in the passenger seat this entire relationship and kind of just twirling my hair and looking out the window, ignoring all of the absolute insane shit coming from the driver's seat? No, that can't be me. That can't be right. Oh my god, OP. Wake up. Please wake up and get out of that relationship. No, you're not the asshole for wanting to end this relationship. What have I just read? And now, on to the update. First, thank you to everyone who gave me advice. You gave me so much clarity, even the ones who basically yelled at me. God bless all of you. Also, I want to apologize for my grammar mistakes, because English is not my first language, and I speak 3 languages, so please go easy on me. Okay, Flex Lord, watch out. I've decided to break up with him. Right now, I told him that we should take a break, because I need time to figure things out, but honestly, I just need that space to build the courage to end things. My mind is already made up. When I told him I wanted this break, he kinda freaked out and asked if I knew what happens when people take breaks, but I insisted. In my last post, I know he came across as a terrible person. He's not the worst boyfriend on earth. He was actually a good boyfriend in many ways. I loved spending time with him because he is funny, sweet, loving, and fun to be around. The main reason I want to end things is because he does not truly see me for who I am. He does not understand me, and he never really tried. I know he loved me in his own way, but it always felt shallow. One thing I should clarify is that I never got intimate with him, and he respected my wishes. From the beginning, I told him I wasn't willing to do anything physical beyond holding hands and hugging, and he never complained. If I told him something made me uncomfortable, he apologized immediately and did not repeat it. He always listened when I needed to talk and tried to comfort me in his own way. I'm saying this not to change anyone's mind, but because I feel like I owe it to him to admit that he was good to me in many ways. I also genuinely loved him and once saw a future with him. Unfortunately, I do not see that future anymore. I realized he only valued me for my looks. I remember once asking him why he chose me. My answer for him was that I liked how honest, kind-hearted, sweet, supportive, and respectful he was, and that he celebrated my achievements. I said he seemed like the type of person I would want to grow with. His answer to me was, because you are beautiful, and it's hard to find girls like you nowadays. Jesus! You are everything I want in a wife. You would take care of our future family. You know how to cook, and you genuinely care about me. I love you, Bangmaid. You're my favorite Bangmaid. At first I laughed, thinking he was joking, but he was not. Something broke inside me then, though I tried to excuse it by telling myself he just didn't know how to put feelings into words. Over time, I realized it wasn't just poor phrasing, he really only cared about how I looked. I could never have a deep conversation with him because he simply lacks depth. He hated feminism and even called me weird for being strongly opinionated, saying that it would not benefit me because I am not struggling and no one's bothering me. That's not true. In university, I often got treated like I'm an idiot because of how I look, even though I work very hard as a med student. Hold up, who's bullying a med student for being an idiot? Jesus. Some professors treat me with disrespect until they see my exam results, and then they're surprised I did well. People assume I'm shallow because I'm pretty. He knew all of this, but he dismissed it, telling me I should not fight for my rights or try to earn respect. He also often hated it whenever we disagreed on something, no matter how many times I tried to reason with him and tell him that it's okay to agree to disagree. He insisted that we should agree on almost everything because that's how relationships work. I stood by what I said anyway. During arguments, he often tried to twist my words, put words in my mouth, or flip the situation on me, but I always called him out and refused to fall for his manipulation. Only then would he apologize and own up to his mistakes. He once told me that he thought he was the only person in the relationship putting in effort and that I didn't contribute at all, which completely blew my mind because it was way far away from the truth. I also realized that he took my forgiveness for granted. Sometimes he wouldn't take our arguments seriously when I tried to resolve things maturely by talking them out and hearing each other, because he knew that at the end of the day, I would forgive him. That was something I could never overlook, because I only offer that kind of forgiveness to people I truly love and care about. It's a form of vulnerability for me, and seeing him take it for granted broke my heart. That was the breaking point for me. I know now he will never truly understand me or see who I am. In the comments, Charlotte Lucas OP says, "We should never disagree," and yet he never seemed to try to change his mind to agree with you. What a self-absorbed amoeba. Looks change over a lifetime, but the right partner will cherish the qualities that never fade. OP says, "Yeah, he always wanted to change things about me, but never considered changing things about himself for me." Oh my god, you were dating my ex. He just wanted a girlfriend, not you. Sounds like he had a bunch of qualifications a girl should fulfill, and it doesn't matter who does it. I'm sorry, friend, but it seems from your update that he doesn't actually know you or like you. I'm proud of you, internet stranger, for taking the steps to move forward. Still not the asshole. OP says, "Thank you so much. It breaks my heart to realize that he doesn't love me for who I am. I thought he might be the man that I would marry one day, but I know that this isn't the end of the world. I've been through breakups before, and I know I'll be just fine without him, even if it makes me sad now. I'm okay with that. I feel bad for the poor girl who lost her family for a man who never loved her. That's tragic. I realize that the kind of family who will disown you for being essentially groomed is probably pretty toxic, but still. Damn, I hope she's okay. We don't know her story, so her family may be super toxic anyway, but still, switching your religion and defying all you've known for a guy you've never met is crazy. At 19, the decision-making skills aren't amazing. Honestly, OP, I'ma let you talk and finish that whole update of yours because it's what I expected to hear from you, and thank God you have a backbone, but Jesus, can you come back and tell us what happened with that girl? Please tell us that she's okay. Like, you're good. I respect that. You're all good. Thank you for doing the right thing and getting the fuck away from that guy. But what's going on with the 19-year-old? Man, she's just isolated now. Can you check in on her? Can you make sure she's all right, please? Like, honestly, now that was the story of the story for me. Regardless, yes, he was a piece of shit. We all realize that now. He never changed. He never wanted to change. Thank you for info dumping everything else about him. I am not shocked. I am not surprised. He sounds like your typical grade A asshole. Am I the asshole here for digging into my brother's girlfriend's past and telling him the results? My youngest brother, Adam, had a rough childhood, to say the least. Our father passed away when he was under 10 from cancer. Our mother is likely bipolar, but definitely has narcissistic tendencies and is abusive. I'm older by a decade and did what I could when I could for him, but I basically failed to protect him and didn't understand what he needed. All that to say, his descent into alcoholism wasn't a surprise, it was expected. A couple of years ago, he had an incident that caused him to be hospitalized and began his recovery and sobriety. He's over 2 years clean now, largely due to the new relationship he started months after his incident with a kind-hearted and lovely woman. I'll call her Eve. He brought Eve over to meet us shortly after they met, and she's been a welcome part of our family. She makes gifts for my kids and treats. She's always fun to speak to, and her quirkiness fits in beautifully. As we got to know her, we've learned about how traumatic her life has been. They're kinda trauma bonded, but she's so understanding and empathetic. She told us about her twin who passed away in high school, how her siblings and parents loved him more and treated her badly as the survivor that was way less than. She also had another brother who passed away in war in Iraq. That was the golden child after her twin passed. She couldn't seem to gain her mother's approval or attention, and we bonded over those feelings of not being wanted or good enough. She told us she was originally from Scotland. Her father was a sheep farmer who moved to America to buy a cattle farm because of the cowboy movies, so she has dual citizenship. She also said because of this, she spoke 16 languages. She worked at a college and had multiple degrees too. Overall, she was incredibly nice, took good care of Adam, and seemed super well educated and proper. Sometimes she had a Scottish accent too because she'd been around her family. Then she started to tell us about her past relationships. 3 divorces. One was from a person who had gender reassignment surgery, the other passed away by his own hands, and the last had attempted to take her life, shot her, and then had ran from the cops to a ditch where he passed away. She showed my kids the scar. I felt like after 2 years of knowing her, she was a great fit. So last week when they had had an argument, I tried to reassure Adam. I had to come over to talk, and he told me that she had lied to him about not speaking to a friend of hers anymore. Some guy who was apparently a popular guy in high school. She lied because she didn't want to believe that he wasn't a good guy because she's had so much bad luck with men. Adam was struggling to move past the lying, but wanted to work it out, and I support him in whatever he does. I talked to my husband about it, and he asked the most basic question. How does she have a high school popular kid here in town if she was raised in Oklahoma on a cattle farm? Honestly, I have PTSD, so my brain sometimes gets mixed up. I assumed I was wrong. It turned over and over in my head though for a couple of days. I finally caved while my husband played video games and began a casual search into her. I googled her name and her address came up. Then I realized her history of addresses were all in America, all going back pretty far. So I checked her parents, and their addresses went back in America to before she was born. I was so confused, I googled them, and I found recent obituaries of her grandparents on both sides. They are all from America, and they only mention 3 kids by her parents ever. Obituaries usually list preceded in death, and these do, but no grandkids in that list. No additional brothers of hers. Not only that, but she lived at the same address her whole life in Kansas. I looked it up on a map, and I found the high school nearby and searched the yearbook. I found her 12th grade, no twin. Okay, but he passed away. So I checked 9th grade, also no twin. The deeper I dug, the more proof of the lies. Only 2 marriages on record. Both still alive. One did change names from male in the marriage to female in the divorce, but that seems to be the only true thing she's ever said. It's absolutely shocking. Finally, my husband said that I had to tell Adam. I was against it, and then as the pile got larger, I said that it was an in-person conversation. He insisted that it needed to be done, so I put it all together into a document and I messaged Adam. I asked a few clarifying questions about the twin and the ex-husbands. I apologized and provided the information to him and hoped I was wrong. Within 10 minutes of sending it to him, he said that she admitted everything to him. He's absolutely lost now. 2 whole years, so many lies. I'm just baffled. Why? Like if they ever got married, it would have unraveled so quickly. As it stands, she's been able to keep him away from her family by allowing them to disrespect their age gap. He's noticeably younger than her. She refused to go to an uncle's funeral earlier this year because she claimed he was a predator. I hate questioning that, but maybe she just didn't want Adam to find out that her uncle was born and raised in Kansas, not Scotland, and so was her dad. She was here with my kids. having them feel the bullet wound scar from an incident that never happened. There are no criminal records for either of the exes. There's none for her either, thankfully, but good lord. I wish I could put the cat back in the bag on this one. Why lie? And why didn't I check her background sooner? I literally check the kids that my kids date in high school to make sure their parents aren't on a registry or anything. I should have checked her much sooner. Now the life and family they were building is in ruins, and I'm terrified of him losing his sobriety. I'm feeling really guilty for looking it up and telling him too. I'm not sure I did the right thing because he's heartbroken. Am I the asshole here? In the comments, you didn't get sus when she said she spoke 16 languages? OP says, no, because she actually spoke something when asked to speak each language by my kids. I only know enough English, enough Spanish to ask where the bathroom and library is, and some sign language from when I was a kid. So, super rusty. Think alphabet, every cuss word, and thank you, basically. There are people who speak lots of languages, and again, she worked at a college where she had claimed to have gotten multiple degrees, so she could have taken language classes there. It didn't come off as lies or exaggeration. I'm generally very skeptical of everyone, but she's older than me and had worked there for many years. So it didn't seem like a stretch if she's got no kids and has had 25 plus years to do anything she wanted with her life. Another commenter says, she told us she was from Scotland. Not being funny, but how does having dual citizenship with the UK bestow upon her 16 languages? Did they plug her into the Matrix? She worked at a college and had multiple degrees too. Please be less gullible going forward. Life is full of bullshitters, but the beauty of them is they're easy to spot because they always go too far. 16 languages, multiple degrees that haven't turned into anything, 3 divorces? Who has the time? OP says, well, her degrees did turn into something. She worked at a college at the time, and when that job ended, she's now working as an engineer. If you work at a college, they let you take classes free or reduced. She probably has some of the degrees, and she could have taken the language classes. There's people famous here for learning lots of languages, and she called herself a polyglot. I have a friend who was learning Japanese with a tutor, and she talked about different tutors that she'd used and programs too. It seemed legit, but obviously everything she said did, and it was all lies. She's old enough to have been divorced 3 times as well. Seemed like tragically bad luck or poor judgment, but being raised by a narcissist with a traumatic childhood made me give her grace and assume that she was targeted for being too nice. I really want to argue that I'm not gullible, but I have to explain this to my oldest kid when they get back from a trip next week, and the only explanation is that I was incredibly gullible. My oldest kid is also super fond of this woman, and I know it's going to hurt. Look, OP. I am super gullible as well, so I can definitely relate with you. People will be incredibly sarcastic to my face. They will be incredibly sarcastic over text as well. They will say the most ridiculously fantastic things, and I will just eat it up and be like, wow, I don't want to challenge that. That sounds crazy that you achieved all of that and that that's all true. But even I, reading this from the start, was like, that's such bullshit. 16 languages. What is she, Xiaoma, New York City, that goddamn YouTuber that's like, white man goes to Chinese restaurant. You won't believe what happens next. Like, I know you can't verify it, but like, the more she adds to these stories, it just becomes incredibly fantastic. Every layer was just more and more unbelievable bullshit, and I'm so surprised everyone ate that shit up and was like, more please. This is so delicious. Every single one of you, besides your partner that picked up on that, every single one of you deserve a slap for being so gullible. And did you know if you look up right now, gullible is written on the ceiling? Trust me on that one. And now, onto the update. To catch up, brother's girlfriend made up a lot of lies, yada yada yada. When I posted, I had uncovered some of the lies and forwarded him the proof. She'd come clean immediately and taken him to visit her parents to explain it. She has untreated borderline personality disorder apparently. My brother, who I called Adam for this, is a recovering alcoholic with a huge heart. He was absolutely determined to stay with her and not toss her aside for being human. Oh my god, no, don't say that. Please toss her aside. Please have some self-respect, Adam. He thought this was the righteous and noble thing to do, to not discard someone who is struggling or damaged in their time of need. No, guys, the poison I'm drinking is actually delicious. I'm gonna give the poison a second chance to see if it was just a once-off thing. My husband and I were determined to support him regardless of his choice because we love him. She told him she could never be around us again and she was scared of us. We assured him that we would never be rude to anyone he dated and that we were more than capable of being around her. I genuinely think when she realized that we weren't going to let her isolate him by pretending like she had a reason to fear us, it was over for her. It lasted only a week after our dinner with him, where we showed him unconditional support and reminded him that he was the victim repeatedly. The following week, she went out with friends to a bar. He asked where she went and with who, since this whole thing started because she was lying about not hanging out with some jerk that didn't respect my brother or their relationship. She said that she didn't have to show Adam anything to prove where she had been and that she can't heal like this. She expected to play the victim to him, as if him asking for accountability and transparency was him being controlling. Then he said that he can't be in a relationship where he can't trust someone. She was clearly hiding who she was with and where she was. In response, she gave him 30 days to move out. So, this weekend, we're moving him into his own place. He's, of course, still reeling from the whiplash of whatever the heck the last 2 years of lies have been with a woman that he thought he would marry. He has a strong support system though, and he's absolutely going to get through this. He's even quitting smoking during this, which I couldn't imagine trying to do in this level of chaos, but he's determined. Thank you everyone for the support and advice. Please don't be gullible like we were, and if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. In the comments, I'm so curious. What were the 16 languages? OP says, well, she claimed to be dual citizen with Scotland, so she said all the languages from that area, as well as obscure ones. The ones I remember were like Scottish, Gaelic, German. Obviously not Spanish because we would have immediately caught that lie. She must have memorized phrases in each language when asked, as she would recite things that sounded like they were appropriate. It was just like a random factoid that she would say, and the kids would ask her to say a cuss word or something, and we'd move on in the conversation. I never got a complete list, but I absolutely should have asked for it. Another commenter says, just in case you didn't know, you fucking rock. The way you are your brother's keeper and have his back 100% is great. She knew she wasn't going to be able to keep playing him with you in his corner, and that's why her ass had to go. Congratulations on getting this dirtbag, see you next Tuesday, out of your brother's life. OP says, thank you for saying this. I felt like such an asshole for snooping, and even more so when it started to unravel her lies. He is genuinely heartbroken, and he didn't deserve this, so I'm working hard to make sure that he has everything he needs for this move, and he doesn't have to stress as much. I'm really glad that he's taking it as well as he is, and that he doesn't seem to hate me for it. Sometimes delivering the bad news makes you a part of the problem because people can't separate the hurt. I just want him to be okay. Terurial says, the fact that she immediately pivoted to isolating OP's brother from his support network as soon as she was caught is terrifying. She then tried to manipulate circumstances even further by painting him as controlling and insecure. She knew precisely what she was doing all along. I've known chronic liars in the past. They don't really have a reason or a plan for their lies. They just say whatever they need to say in the moment to get what they want. I've also known compulsive liars, and an interesting trait I've found is that they're often surprisingly, spontaneously generous. My guess is that it stems from the same subconscious drive to win, manipulate, and influence people, which is a horrible perspective to put on someone's generosity, but there's definitely a pattern. I've only met one, but it was interesting. All his lies had a cruel streak behind them. He would get scary if challenged. Not violent, just cold and empty. Like he was plotting on how to make you pay for it. Yeah, and I've met people like that in my life before, and they are no longer in my life because who actually has time for bullshit like that? Yes, it is scary how fast she pivoted to the deepest depths of abusive, controlling relationship. Stuff that we see on here more than enough. And it's once again a reminder to, refresh yourself on these things. Get a good grip on the patterns that abusive, narcissistic, manipulative people like her, like many others, use, so that you're not manipulated by them and blame yourself for actions that are clearly unhealthy and will not end well for whoever it is that's being manipulated. Because OP was already fooled once with their gullibility, it would be so easy for them not to be able to support their brother if she also wasn't able to play the game and show the brother that she was supportive and genuine, not this freaky, controlling monster that the girlfriend was making OP out to be. Again, I'm reminded of that story that really breaks my heart, and I hope it's fake, but it was OP's daughter going out to college and getting groomed by this man like 20 years older than her, and then they get engaged and they have a kid on the way, and there's nothing that OP and the mum can do because they weren't able to break their child free from this much older man. It's situations like that where I'm like, I wish people had more resources in order to tackle these problems so that they themselves or the people closest to them that mean so much to them don't get caught in the lies and bullshit of those that wish to do them harm. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update, OP.